以内，因为你100多块钱，我就觉得可能有点过分冷了。他怎么说都是评分最高的啊，我说的是大统领，这大首领就算了，放一边了。
对啊，往往都在后面看风景。
这22分的不要了。
没前没后，没前速，没后劲。
跑了那么多都没表现，只是一次的这个上名都没东西了。
展示圈也是懒洋洋的，陈超看得出也没有新训练的。这个大首领
这件彩衣应该就奔跑会稍微好一些。
啊，对，至少奔跑最近还有点表现啊。
对啊。
GHI 马房。
今天有几匹吧，但是都不是很好的那一种。
有啊。这个彩衣集中力不是很高了，待会有兔子狂飙了。奔跑最近算是状态回勇的。
奔跑今天也有来啊，后面。
有蓝色名唱。
蓝色名唱有补出来吗？
有补出来。
啊，那个补出来，我觉得就有机会。本来我就看他是我想选他的，后来看他是候补，我就没有放他了。结果还真的让他补出来了。
真的幸运。状态在，可以再拼拼了。蓝色名唱。这边应该是阿红吧？他跑了这么多场赛事，只赢过1场头马，也是状况连连的阿红。
啊，也是这件彩衣啊，跟大首领一样。
GHI 马房
就有机会。算了，2件彩衣的都不要了。这个阿红他今天也是很多装备的更动，全部拿掉，然后第一次戴眼罩。
对，索性戴了跟戴没分别。
是，就说其他那些就不要了，我只要戴眼罩试看看，而且是第一次戴眼罩。希望吧，就能够改善他的成绩而已。你想要说一个眼罩一戴上去就立刻赢马，我就觉得太难了。
难度很高。
当然，他比起大首领来说，至少他懂得赢马，他赢过1次，而且还上名不止1次。大首领就真的没有，只有1次的上名。
对啊，阿红在那场非常弱的未夺标马赛事开斋，
但是他那一次就赢完了之后就没了，后面就越输越远了。
很不稳定啊，对吗？
能够改善他的成绩而已。你想
好了，我们看完了10匹马的赛事啊，我们现在好多匹有相当多的支持票了，包括7号的天狼星，另外呢2号的太平童军啊
，2345了
，2345，对，就基本上4、5匹马之间吧，哈。
范围应该是在这几匹啊，我觉得头马应该是在这几匹里面诞生。
对，非常。
要不然你就是爆冷了。
好了，看这4、5匹马能不能够啊，在这场赛事夺得头筹啊。我们还有6分钟，我们就听听音乐，我们待会来为大家再进一步分析，讲讲我们的选择以及市场的这个起落吧。好，我们待会见。 它的展示圈还不错的，所以呢，今天天良心肯定要放在真正分子当中看待的。所以选择方面呢，就是2号、3号、4号跟7号了。李婷。
好了，其实大家选择范围都差不多，因为我们就说了，这场赛事主要集中在5匹的这个身上啊。就是2、3、4、5、7，但现在看到1号开始慢慢跌一点点票了，也算他在内了。就如果他争取一席之位的可能性还是有的，因为毕竟他是在这场赛事评分最高的嘛。所以6匹马在这样的场合里面，应该都已经是左右大局了。然后我的选择也不外乎就集中在他们身上。那我就看这匹3号的大富翁啊，希望这个有经验的老马在这场赛事能够顺利的再交一场头马。然后呢，其他包括快无惧啊、太平童军啊，还有天狼星，也都在这个范围之内。现在这4重彩已经累积到51000多了啊，不到1分钟的时间。不过呢，相信啊，这个4重彩还会持续的再累积下去。现在53000多了。
看来这场赛事4重彩蛮好玩的哈。有几匹马都是相当有自制度的，包括4号啊快无惧，7号的天狼星，2号的太平童军，另外3号的。
My numbers for race number 1, 7, 3, 4 and 5, but a hard race, Scott.
It certainly is, and yeah, what a race to get involved with the quartet. Over $55,000 in that pool. Probably a great race to try and play a quartet, isn't it, Ethan? I wouldn't be surprised if maybe one snuck into the top 4 and injected a little bit of money into that sort of maybe 3rd or 4th position.
Yeah, I agree, and I really wish good luck to whoever who gets this quartet. I think it's basically close your eyes and pick numbers, seeing at how open it is and how many times we've seen a different favourite. We saw Sirius come into $19, he's still at that quote. Fast and Fearless has seen plenty of support. Then going out to Pacific Scout, who was the earlier favourite at $20. So although they're at double-figure prices, there's been a lot of fluctuations. As you can see right now, Roweno just having the saddle tightened with ISO Food and waiting patiently, but they're not too far away from moving in. Looking at the board, like I mentioned, a drift for Pacific Scout out to 22 from 20. Really good support here for Fast and Fearless. The Nunez money's coming 21 into 17. A big drift here for Red Mane, 36 out to 41. And then we go down to Sirius, who's still holding at that quote at $19. But not a lot of betting moves, Scott. It's going to be a really hard race to assess beforehand. I wonder how it's going to unfold.
Yeah, they're just fixing the saddle here on number 10, Roweno. When he arrived behind the start, Seafood and Ishmael not too happy about where the saddle was sitting, so Sebastian Pipar and John Pepe have just been giving the final touches on that. These two are just fighting out in the market, really. It's not really much of a push for the others. It just seems to be between Sirius and Fast and Fearless.
Yeah, it does, and I think Fast and Fearless will hold favouritism. Whether or not Sirius does get that late money that we can sometimes see, the best case is only after the race. So it's going to be a fairly open affair and a really interesting race to kick off today's Sunday program on Mother's Day. We wish all the mothers all the best out there as they're moving in for the first race. It's a Class 5 over the 1100 metres on the poly track. Back to you, Scott, for the call.
Thank you, Ethan. Long day ahead. Ethan Mills will be calling races 6 to 10 for the rest of the afternoon. Sirius gets locked away. They just work here on Roweno, who had his saddle readjusted. So 4 still out of line, including Happy Friday, Red Maned, and Ahone, who is one of 2 JHI stable runners. He'll wear the white cap here, number 8, Ahone. So Roweno making these barrier attendants and starters work overtime in race 1. He's got the full army of barrier attendants to get him up, and he gets locked away now. So Saifu and Ishmael will jump in the gates. We're about 4 minutes beyond start time. The starter's going to head to his rostrum as these last few are being called up into line. Here comes Red Mane. Good luck to Darren Dennis. He's had a successful few years back in New Zealand. It's been a long time since he's been back at the Kranji racecourse. And here comes Happy Friday. Keep an eye on him when the gates open. Favourite now back at Sirius, number 7. Set to go in the first, flags up, starter releases them. He didn't jump too bad, Happy Friday, but he's still at the tail alongside Roweno to march for the early lead. Sirius up there with Red Mane, tax-free in the green, and coming across is Ahone. Settling back on the inside rail, Great Command in 5th, and then we have Fast and Fearless looking to get a nice drop back behind them. Taki's midfield along with Happy Friday improving Pacific Scout, and relegated to the tail is Roweno heading towards the 600 metre mark, 424.01 as they round the bend, and it's going to be in front Ahone, who's crossed them to lead. Back then to Sirius, Red Mane being felt for. Tax-free is going to be one of the widest runners. Great Command's going to look to take shortcuts. Fast and Fearless sees this leader about 4. Happy Friday back to his inside with Taki, Pacific Scout at the back, and still Roweno at the tail. Taking over is Red Mane for Darren Dennis. Gets on past Sirius. Looking to run on Fast and Fearless. Tax-free can't go with him, but it's Red Mane. Here comes Fast and Fearless on the outside. Sirius boxing on the inside, but Fast and Fearless gets the momentum, gets the win for Manuel Nunez and James Peters. Sirius second. Red Mane's boxed on well for a minor. Then we had Great Command. Behind those was running on late Roweno from the back. Pacific Scout. Quite a few dropped out of it. Taki, Ahone after making the pace. And Happy Friday's finishing alongside Tax-free, who was pretty disappointing after being up there in the early stages. Number 4, Fast and Fearless. James Peters on the board, nice and early here this afternoon. He's been ever so consistent, this guy, but that win has just been eluding him in his last couple of starts. But it hasn't been that long between drinks. 169 days for the 7-year-old son of Ifraj. And Manuel Nunez, who's let Bruno Queiroz just get a few wins ahead of him, be in the premiership. He's going to make some hay as the sun shines with him on the sidelines being suspended. He's got 9 rides this afternoon. And the numbers are going to be 4, 7, 5, 1 and 10. Ethan Mills, we said one horse might sneak into the top 4 and inject a bit of money to that quartet. And we've seen 2 jump in, and they are numbers 5 and 1. I speak of Red Maned and Great Command paying very good for the place dividends.
Oh, they certainly did, Scott. I thought Red Mane was going to upset them all at about the 300 metres, and well done to Darren Dennis. He gets a placing in his first ride here in Singapore after previously being in New Zealand. Sirius, I think, had every chance. No excuses from that guy. Fast and Fearless, he had a bit of a check and hit a flat spot at about the 600 metres, and Nunez just had to straighten him up, and he was caught 3-4 pairs back and 3 deep, even though he had a ride home. And once he got to the middle of the track, he does what he does best, and that's really wind up and build momentum. I think that's what this guy's always been waiting for, to be close enough to really build up and hit the revs and find the line, and that's what he did today. Red Mane, he was a spent force inside the last 200, so Sirius, he kept up at that strong gallop, and he wasn't able to hold off Fast and Fearless. And as you mentioned, Nunez would be more than happy with himself to get another winner back from Bruno. I think he's only, 2 or 3 wins away from levelling up from Bruno.
Yeah, before today, he was 3 wins shy of his former countryman in Bruno Queiroz, and he now bridges the gap back to 2. But Nunez, he's on the $7 favourite in the next. Well done to James Peters too. He records win number 12 from start with number 119 here this afternoon. He's doing a great job with the team of horses he's got as they come into pose for the photo. 4, 7, 5, 1 and 10. He's fast, he's fearless, he takes out race 1. Back to the replay. Set to go in the first, flags up, starter releases them. He didn't jump too bad, Happy Friday, but he's still at the tail alongside Raw Wino to march for the early lead. Sirius up there with Red Mane, tax-free in the green, and coming across is Ahone. Settling back on the inside rail, Great Command in 5th, and then we have Fast and Fearless looking to get a nice drop back behind them. Taki's midfield along with Happy Friday and Pacific Scout, and relegated to the tail is Raw Wino, heading towards the 600 metre mark, 424.01 as they round the bend, and it's going to be in front Ahone, who's crossed them to lead. Back then to Sirius, Red Mane being felt for. Tax-free is going to be one of the widest runners. Great Command's going to look to take shortcuts. Fast and Fearless sees this leader about 4. Happy Friday back to his inside with Taki, Pacific Scout at the back, and still Raw Wino at the tail. Taking over is Red Mane for Darren Dennis. Gets on past Sirius, looking to run on Fast and Fearless. Tax-free can't go with him, but it's Red Mane. Here comes Fast and Fearless on the outside. Sirius boxing on the inside, but Fast and Fearless gets the momentum, gets the win for Manuel Nunez and James Peters. Sirius second, Red Mane's boxed on well for a minor. Then we had Great Command. Behind those was running on late Raw Wino from the back, Pacific Scout. Quite a few dropped out of it. Taki, Ahone after making the pace, and Happy Friday's finishing alongside Tax-free, who was pretty disappointing after being up there in the early stages.
A good win from Fast and Fearless in the opening race, number 4. He pays $16 and they ran in a time of 106.03 on that first race. 106.03, so the outside standard time on the opener. Let's wait for the all clear. Corrales drawn 2. Number 5 is Pacific Dream. Betty Woodworth drawn 12. 6 Single Warrior Ryan Curatolo drawn 11. 7 Flying Fighter, the odds-on favourite at $7. Emmanuel Nunez drawn 8. That late scratching was number 8 Lim's Faber. Over the page now to number 9 Bureaucrat Norzai, all drawn 7. 10 wins 8 Amzaki drawn 10. 11 is Oppa for Vitor Espindola, and 12 is Sacred Gold for Charles Perkins. Over the page to number 13, City Gold Thunder, who does get a start for N. Roslin, drawn 1, and the 2 scratchings, 14 Ari and 15 Cash Check. So that is the field for race number 2. It's a maiden over the 1,200 metres. Let's have a look at how the claims and overweights read. Number 2, E-Vehicle, minus 4 kilos. 9, Bureaucrat, minus 2. 12, Sacred Gold, plus 1. And 13, City Gold Thunder, minus 3 kilos. Those are the claims and overweights for race number 2 as we now dive into our analysis on these horses in the yard. And I welcome back Scott Bailey into the broadcast. Scott, the first horse we're going to cast our eye over is number 12, Sacred Gold. He ran a much improved second behind Pacific Scout last time out. So is he with a chance today?
Well, the way Pacific Scout went in the previous, I'm not too sure how well that form's going to read out coming towards this event here, Ethan. It wasn't a very strong field. He steps up to 1,200 metres on this occasion where, to his credit, this is where he's done some of his best racing, but I thought he would have done something by now, and I'm going to put him aside. I don't know when he's going to get his birthday, but I'll be surprised if it's today.
So that is Sacred Gold, the first horse that we've had a look at. Number 6 is Single Warrior, a similar quote at $53. Curatolo on board, which should give the team some confidence first up today. Yeah,
it didn't trial too bad coming into this race. His runs haven't been terrible. He's dropping back to the poly track in a long time, 358 days. He's obviously had a pretty long, lengthy injury to keep him on the sideline for that long, but they've kept him at Kranji. They must think he has something to offer. At $54, we just have to watch that market, Ethan. But he's very fresh.
Here is number 1, Prince Lonro for Donna Logan. Got the matching silks there with Donna downstairs here, but Prince Lonro, maybe that could be a little bit of synergy with those Fortuna New Zealand racing colours. Got the top weight today. That's going to be a really tough assignment for him. Yeah, well, look, he's the highest rated runner in the field. Ruin Meyer takes a ride. That's a big positive for him. You got to remember, this guy finished second to Star North, beaten under a length back in December of last year. You know he's got something there. He's got the ability. He just needs to put it all together on race day. He's had a couple of excuses in a few of his runs, and with a touch of luck, I think he's my each-way play at 69 and 17. I've put him in my top 3. I haven't got him to win, but I'd be having a couple of dollars each way on him. So runners still motoring around, yet to come out into the parade ring, and a few jockeys coming out as well. Number 2 is E-Vehicle. Any positives here today? He's first up, maybe he's fresh, but what do you make of him?
I'd love to give you a positive, but sadly there's 394 kilos. I can't recall seeing a horse under 400 kilograms here at Kranji, Ethan.
He's up and about, though.
Well, look, mate, he's got some pep in his step, but I honestly cannot remember a horse being under 400 kilograms. So that is, in my opinion, the lightest horse I've seen here at Kranji.
And he's come down 8 kilos since the last time he'd been weighed. So,
yeah,
not a lot of positives for this guy. So that's the first couple of horses that we've had a look at. An interesting maiden here. Number 4 is the Wonderbolt, coming down from Class 5. Is he going to roll forward from barrier 2?
I think he will. He draws really well, much better draw than what he had when finishing behind the Wild Prince last weekend. I was a little bit concerned the way that he didn't run through the line, Ethan. His sectional timings for that last 400 were one of the slowest of the field. Whether or not he just did too much work early, and he was a massive drifter in the market. 198 out to 420 at the jump. It's nothing to be positive about.
Now number 5, one more down the page, or over the page if you're looking at the race book. Pacific Dream, almost exactly 500 kilos. Goes up 12 kilos. He's put on plenty of condition, this guy.
It's probably not a bad thing for him. He's not an overly big horse, so that's probably just what you need. You got to remember, Ethan, this guy has a world of ability when he puts it all together. Let's wind the clock back to February when he missed the start by a good 8 lengths and rocketed home to be beaten 1.25 behind Starboy, and he clocked 21.81 for the last 400 metres. Horses just don't do that here at Kranji. So if he can just jump on par with them and have a turn of foot like he's had, I'm going to keep following him and waiting for him to get a win, because you know he can do it.
Just looking at number 2, E-Vehicle, he is very, very fresh, Scott. I don't think he stopped walking around on his toes, so he's keen to get on with it.
He needs to save some for the race.
Number 3 is Loverboy, the mailman's flag. This guy, Carlos Enrique Ricardo Lagrange. This is the combination that came together to win the committee's prize. He's at 32.
Yeah, he's a nice chance in a race like this. I've got him in my top 3. Copped a bit of a bump at the half mile last start when beaten by July. He's been running in some fairly moderated maidens and open maidens. He gets a push in a race like this, but the wide draw is going to be tough. So we've had a look now at a handful of horses, just a few more to assess. I think we've got about 5 more to have a look at. As you can see, a couple of connections are heading out here for the second race. Number 9, Bureaucrat, $127. This guy's had his chance. What happened last start? Well, look, he had excuses. He pulled up lame off hind, so he was obviously feeling something. They've given him a month between runs, let him get over it. He's put on a little bit of condition, not too much. It looks like he's just getting quite sweaty around those hind quarters and underneath the girth, but it is quite warm out here today. There's not much of a breeze kicking around, so I expect to see that throughout the afternoon. He's had some good runs to his name, but I think his best runs have come on the turf, so I'm going to wait till he gets back on the grass.
Yeah, he's only had the 3 goes on the poly track, and he's probably done, like you mentioned, the best racing on the turf, so just wait for him.
We haven't seen him on the poly track this year.
Oh, this year, okay, yeah. Number 7 is Flying Fighter, $8 quote for this guy. He's all the rage with 2 placings and a 4th. Nunez, Stephen Burridge. It's a great combination. The stable's in some great form. Nunez is fresh off the back of winning the previous. Can he go back to back?
Tell you what, you flagged a really good stat there. 12 wins and 13 minor placings from their last 36 starts when he's teamed up with Stephen Burridge. That's a very strong strike rate. So $8 I think is a little bit short. I'd probably be taking more 11 or 12 about him, to be honest, Ethan. But
yeah, I agree.
He's got some okay form on the board. It probably just shows how weak this field is that he's going around as an $8 chance. It
was a big surprise to see him so short. I
think he'll go out maybe a point or 2.
Yeah, I think it's just because it's such a weak field that he might hold his quote, seeing that it's about 8. He'll probably get out to $10. I don't think he'll drift any more than that. Number 10 wins 8. A huge run last time out, finishing 3rd behind Pacific Scout, but that is that weaker form race.
I'm expecting him to inject a lot of toe from a wide draw here, Ethan. Zakion, he jumped and led in that race, taken out by Pacific Scout, and he boxed away okay to the line on that occasion, but I'll give him another push when he gets a much more favourable draw in a similar styled race. I just think he's going to jump, run, stop.
Yeah, he's done that before, hasn't he?
Yeah.
2 starts ago, he was going along 100 mile an hour and then just put the brakes on. Number 11 is Oppa V Taurus Mandola, going back down to 1,200 metres. Do you think this is his ideal trip?
Well, I don't know where he's going to find 12 lengths from after getting beaten a big margin behind Healthy Baby 2 weeks ago. He's still young, but we haven't seen any real eye-catching runs to say he's going to be winning soon. Tongue tie on first time. Look, he's probably either swallowing that tongue or getting it over the bit, which might just, you know, sort him out a little bit, but I don't think it's going to find 12 lengths.
I just thought he ran a much better race over 1,200 2 starts back. That was in open maiden company.
Yeah, but he did look pretty one-paced on that occasion.
Yeah, I agree. Now we've just got one more horse to have a look at, and this is for the City Gold stable and David Cock. City Gold Thunder, huge price today, drawn the inside gate with Roslin, who now gets the run. Well, he gains a start, this guy. Just
doesn't have any early run and any zip about him. So from the inside gate, he's actually just going to fall out and just shuffle himself back. So, yeah, until we see improvement, there's no tip from him and there's no tip from me.
So that is the field for race number 2. It is the maiden for $20,000 over 1,200 metres, with the standard time being 1:12.06. So watch out for the time record to see if we can follow any of these horses later down the track. But horses aren't too far away from heading through the tunnel and out onto the track for the second event of the day. We'll take a quick little pause here on SG Race Day Live. Be back shortly with our selections and a betting update. Don't go anywhere. You're live Race Day.
too long ago. So Ruin Meyer takes a ride. He's in tremendous form at the moment, and he's our highest rated runner of this field. So he'll go in for second. Third is number 3, Loverboy. He's your second favourite at $21, and he's been probably the best supported runner of this race in the last couple of minutes, 31 into 21. So the mailman flagging him up nice and early, and Carlos Enrique combines here with Ricardo Lagrange for the 3-year-old son of All Too Hard. And he's run last start. He comes out of that same run that we saw Flying Fighter come out of as well. So good form lines there between those two. And number 5, Pacific Dream. He's got, well, that's him on screen there. He just has to jump and when he does. 7, 1, 3 and 5, Ethan, but I'm with the favourite Flying Fighter, now starting to get out to a more respectable quote.
Yeah, and this is probably what we were expecting, a little bit of a drift. It's not a crazy drift, 7 to out to $9. So I've got him on top as well, Scott. He just looks to be the best horse in the race, considering this week maiden field. Yeah, like him. Goes with a couple of placings and some good runs. His most recent performance was his best to date, so he looks to be going over really well, and I think he's fit enough to win today. Ahead of number 3, Loverboy. Yeah, he's in with a great chance as well. Again, he's drawn out wide, so he's probably going to be trying to follow Flying Fighter wherever he is in the run. He's also a lightly raced 3-year-old by All Too Hard. He's third behind July, most recently in that same race with Flying Fighter. Is some good form lines, so I can see why he's into second favouritism, and this is going to be his 4th run for the prep. So yeah, hopefully this campaign he can get close in maiden company and eventually break through. And my third selection, number 10, Wins 8. I just like him because he's an on-pace runner, and I think looking from the previous race, we saw some on-paces really stick it out, although Fast and Fearless came from the back of the field. Being on the poly track over these sprint distances, there isn't too much negatives having a solid front runner, and he does look to be the speed influencer in this race. My 4th selection, number 9, is Bureaucrat. Just needs to bounce back from his last start run. Goes down a couple of kilos. He's still at the same rating, off a rating of 38. Draws alongside a Flying Fighter. He's had a couple of excuses, and he pulled up lame off hind most recently. So hopefully he bounces back from a Hardy Bin Tab and Norzai Rule in with a chance, in my opinion. My numbers for the second event of the day, 7, 3, 10 and 9. Another challenging race, Scott, but as we can see, Flying Fighters continued to drift out here, and there's been a couple of betting moves as we're getting closer and closer to jump time, only a couple of moments away. But yeah, that drift for Flying Fighter, 9 out to 10. Drift here as well with Single Warrior, 58 out to 62. Looking across the board.
What about number 4, Ethan? 343 into 77, the Wonderbolt.
And what about number 1, Prince Lonro, 63 into 30. These are some huge drifts. Maybe the favourite's in some danger.
Yeah, it's been a couple of big. I nearly fell off my chair when I saw the move here on number 4, but let's see if it continues to progress. As I saw Flying Fighter just get out a couple of points, I quickly looked to see where this money was coming, and yeah, Prince Lonro, he was my value pick for the race, so he's halved his quote. Yeah, continuing to see a little bit of support for Loverboy as well, the one the mailman's got on top.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting race. I think it's similar to the first, even though the market's a little bit different. We can see a lot of betting moves here. The biggest have been both Prince Lonro and the Wonderbolt. They've come into really, really short quote compared to what they opened up with, but nonetheless, that is the biggest move I think we've seen in a long, long time. 343 out to 393, back to 437, and then a huge amount of drift into $87. So if there was a market mover, it would definitely be him. But runners are moving in for the second event of the day. I hand you back to the caller, Scott Bailey.
Thank you, Ethan. Really competitive race here for the maiden gallopers over the 6 furlongs on the poly track. A little bit of cloud coming to the northeast here at Kranji. Looks like it is pushing away from us. At this stage, it doesn't look like it's going to have any impact on this part of the island. But we'll keep an eye on the weather radar. Single Warrior comes forward. First up for over a year. Look nice and fresh in the parade ring. Pacific Dream to come forward for Benny Woodworth on a wide draw. And here comes Sacred Gold. Charles Perkins in the saddle. Favourite at $10, number 7, Flying Fighter. He'll wear the green. Stand by for a start as the attendant clears away. Signals given, flag goes up. Starter's happy, drops a latch and they're off and racing. E-Vehicle was the slowest into stride. Beginning quickly is Wins 8. He was expected to press forward. Sacred Gold Bureaucrat settles third. Driving up is the Wonderbolt, who was spec'd at huge odds. Then we have Prince Lonro back in 5th, 3 wide to Opper, and then Flying Fighter with some backs to follow. Loverboy's caught out deep on a limb. And getting back on the inside fence is City Gold Thunder, along with Single Warrior, and the last couple are E-Vehicle and Pacific Dream. First 400 metres in 23.81. It's Wins 8. He's in a rush for dinner. He is well and truly clear here over Sacred Gold. Prince Lonro Bureaucrat continued their order with Opper, Flying Fighter to favourites. Got a lot of ground to make up, along with the Wonderbolt, who's drifting back through to field. Loverboy's the widest runner, and Single Warrior dropping out of it with E-Vehicle, and Pacific Dream still last. Can Wins 8 go on? He looks to be on the low here on the petrol gauge. Sacred Gold is jumping out of the ground and shoots on past him, puts 3 on him in a space of 20 metres, but darts back to the inside. Running on late, Bureaucrat, and out wide Flying Fighter. But Sacred Gold at $41 gets the biscuits and gets his first win. Flying Fighter will run on into second. Bureaucrat third. A long way back there was City Gold Thunder on the outside of him running on. Single Warrior, Opper, the Wonderbolt. Loverboy had a wide run throughout. E-Vehicle, Prince Lonro never really a factor. And then we get back to Wins 8, who stopped very quickly in the last bit. And Pacific Dream, he jumped well, but he's finished at the tail of the field. It's great to see the Raffles Racing colours get a win here again at Kranji. They've had quite a few horses depart the island and head on to other areas to do their racing, but they've kept Sacred Gold here, and for good reason too. He's claimed that win. Well done to Jerome Tan and the Raffles Racing banner at start number 14 locally. He brings up his first win for the 4-year-old Japanese-bred son of Duramente out of Gold Sky. And Charles Perkins, a very well done to the Frenchman who gets his first win here at Kranji since making his way from Macau. It's been very slim pickings for the jockey in terms of numbers of rides per meeting. And hopefully this is the kick-along that he gets. Ethan Mills, it's always great to see new names in the winner's circle.
Yeah, exactly, Scott. Well done to Charles Perkins and Jerome Tan. This horse has really held his form from his second behind Pacific Scout. We said in that race that probably there wasn't a lot to take out of it, but I just think that's how the race unfolded. Not really giving a lot of the other chances, a lot of their horses their chances. I think a lot of hard luck stories in that race. Prince Lonro had to do a lot of the hard work. Also, Bureaucrat was there and he just faded. Flying Fighter was just caught well back and wide. Loverboy likewise. So, yeah, that was a race that you couldn't guess who the winner was going to be, even at about the 400 metres. So, Wins 8 set up a ridiculously fast pace, and whoever was just off him ready to pounce, and that was Sacred Gold. So that was actually well rated by Charles Perkins to know that the speed influencer was going to be Wins 8, and he went really, really quick out in front, and he sat and waited for him to drop away, and he had a really good break on them. I think Flying Fighter, we won't be too far away from seeing him in the winner's circle.
Yeah, he just got too far back, and it's really hard when you have to bring sort of the whole field up trying to gun down a leader, but didn't Sacred Gold have a lovely turn of foot when he went straight past them? But he did want to be a little bit erratic, darting back to the inside. Yeah,
and I think that's probably what made the biggest difficulty for Perkins. He had to really straighten him up and put the whip away at about the 200 metres, because once he'd taken over from Wins 8, and basically Wins 8 fell through the field, and Sacred Gold grabbed the lead really quickly, and he probably had a good look around, even though he's got the blinkers on, and he probably wanted to find the rail as soon as he can. But he did ping away from them, as you mentioned, and it was him and then Daylight. So I just think that was a really good ride. Not much else I want to take out of that race besides the Sacred Gold being at the right place at the right time.
So well done to Jerome Tan. He's not too bad on the racetrack, and he's not too bad on the golf course either. 12, 7, 9 and 13. Let's go back and take a look at the replay. Well done to Charles Perkins, first winner here at Kranji. Signals given, flag goes up. Starter's happy, drops a latch and they're off and racing. E-Vehicle was the slowest into stride. Beginning quickly is Wins 8. He was expected to press forward. Sacred Gold Bureaucrat settles third. Driving up is the Wonderbolt, who was spec'd at huge odds. Then we have Prince Lonro back in fifth, 3 wide to Opper, and then Flying Fighter with some backs to follow. Loverboy's caught out deep on a limb, and getting back on the inside fence is City Gold Thunder, along with Single Warrior, and the last couple are E-Vehicle and Pacific Dream. First 400 metres in 23.81. It's Wins 8. He's in a rush for dinner. He is well and truly clear here over Sacred Gold. Prince Lonro Bureaucrat continued their order with Opper, Flying Fighter to favourites. Got a lot of ground to make up, along with the Wonderbolt, who's drifting back through to field. Loverboy's the widest runner, and Single Warrior dropping out of it with E-Vehicle, and Pacific Dream still last. Can Wins 8 go on? He looks to be on the low here on the petrol gauge. Sacred Gold is jumping out of the ground and shoots on past him, puts 3 on him in a space of 20 metres, but darts back to the inside. Running on late, Bureaucrat, and out wide Flying Fighter, but Sacred Gold at $41 gets the biscuits and gets his first win. Flying Fighter will run on into second, Bureaucrat third. A long way back there was City Gold Thunder on the outside of him running on. Single Warrior, Opper, the Wonderbolt, Loverboy had a wide run throughout. E-Vehicle, Prince Lonro never really a factor. And then we get back to Wins 8, who stopped very quickly in the last bit. And Pacific Dream, he jumped well, but he's finished at the tail of the field. 12, 7, 9 and 13 are your provisional numbers. 41 the win, 15 the place for your winner. Stand by for the all clear.
In the straight, 400 to go. It's anyone's race. Healthy Baby straightened up in front of Opper. Then Wan Legacy. Schneider getting through. Prodigal runs on. Boss Hang's coming on down the outside, but Healthy Baby stole 2 lengths at the 200. About 2.5 now on Wan Legacy. Then Schneider, but it looks as though Healthy Baby has caught them napping and is going to go all the way. Healthy Baby, a length and 3/4. My Boss. 400 metres to go. Boardroom held together from Pinheiro. Led a length and a half Supreme Liner, who's quickly cutting it down. Then Talking Guru, Jin, followed by Bravo Kid. Boardroom at the 200 metres, led by 2 lengths to Supreme Liner, who's not getting there. 100 to go. Boardroom, he opens up in the later stages. Bernardo Pinheiro, Boardroom breaks through. Boardroom by 3 lengths to Supreme Liner.
Pick the runs, very surprised as catching the eye up on the inside rail in the blue. Raging Rabbit makes a stakeout and he's about 3 off the leader with 320 metres left to go. It's Tigerus who takes over for Siao. Very Surprised gets back to the inside fence and he's continued to grind it away. Raging Rabbit, the top weight, gets up now, but Very Surprised pinches a little bit of a break on the inside. Raging Rabbit not going away. He's going to have one crack. Nunez on the inside. Very Surprised. Thank you for joining us here on race day. We go to the third event, a Class 5 Division 2 over 1,600 metres. Plenty of depth here to jump at 1:30 p.m. 1 Darcy Cesali in 10, 2 Boss Heng Heng for Benny Woodworth in 2, 3 Fearless Warrior Manuel Nunez in barrier 7, and 4 Bravo Kid for Saifood and Ishmael in number 8. 5 Prodigal, take note, Darren Dennis replaces Mark Lerner in 1, 6 Prodigal of Pride of Love, Caratolo from 9, 7 Raging Rabbit gets Zyrul in 4, and 8 Fate to Win, Krishna Tangamani in barrier 6. 9 Atlas for Carlos Enrique in 12, 10 One Legacy for Zaki draws 5, 11 Silver Warrior, Ruin Meyer in 3, and 12 Red Dragonfly for Vitor Espandola in 11. Take out the scratching of number 13, Rook's Gambit. Claims and overweights, couple to get through. Number 1 Darcy -4, 5 Prodigal -1, 7 Raging Rabbit -2, 8 Fate to Win -1, and 12 Red Dragonfly plus 1 kilogram over. Let's tune into our first runner here, Ethan Mills, and go to number 4 Bravo Kid, who ran a credible third behind Boardroom last start.
Yeah, this guy's been racing like he's not a maiden, in my opinion. I think he's been right up to the mark every single time he's stepped out. He's had 13 goes with a handy record, goes well on the turf. He ran third behind Boardroom most recently, the past run that we just had a look at. He was a little bit keen in that, and he's still a little bit keen here in the parade ring as he's just starting to walk past me, and he's getting up on his toes. So hopefully he does settle in the run. I think if he sits close enough, he's right there to pounce. But he does go up 5 kilos from that last start performance. So I think he's in with a chance here today. $31 is a respectable price for him. That's some good value considering how consistent he is.
So 3 minor placings at his last few. He's definitely coming here in form. As we take a look at number 2, Boss Heng Heng, Benny Woodworth and David Cock combined in one of our media specials, making it his best of the day.
Yeah, and I think this guy was going to be all the rage that we spoke about earlier on in the week, whether or not it was going to be Boss Heng Heng or even Prodigal that was going to be near favouritism. But yeah, I think this guy does deserve to be at about $17. I'd much rather about 20s for him, but he ran third behind Healthy Baby and he was caught wide. He ran home late and he found the line really well. Only question mark for me is he's going up to 1,600. If he was at 1,400, he might be at a shorter quote like $15 as we can see. But he's second up today, so he should have taken some really good natural improvement from that last start run. Should get a great passage in transit from barrier 2 as well.
Here's one of the Jason Ong train runners, and that is Atlas. Gets the blinkers back on here this afternoon, 43 and 13, but a tricky gate.
Yeah, tricky gate, and I've got him in as a quartet player just because he's been running some good fourths. He was behind Thea and Star Victory, not beaten far on both of those occasions, but he just doesn't have a real dash, this 7-year-old, and I don't expect him to have one, but having the blinkers on today could really sharpen this guy up. So he's been racing over a wide range of trips. If he was at 1,200 metres, maybe that's more suitable for him, but I think he can run out a strong 1,600.
Been a long time for Windsor for Atlas, 617 days.
He has placed twice, fourth up as well.
Yeah, that's a pretty good stat for him. Number 10, One Legacy for Richard Lim and Mohammed Zaki. Should show some early pace. Yeah, it
looks like the on-pacer in this, Scott, and he's a little one-paced, if you pardon the pun there, but he's just a horse that finds the front. He gives a great side, and when he steps up over a mile, that's his most suitable distance. That's where he's recorded his one and only win, but he's had multiple placings, and I think he's in with some sort of a chance at a big price today, but I'd only put him down for place. he can give a good side, and he's got some good stats over a mile.
Yeah, he just needs to sustain the gallop in the early stages. Number 1, Darcy, is going to get the services of 4 kilos off, but punter's not keen, $221.
No, they're not keen, and I don't blame them, really. Drawn out wide, the visors are back on. Since he hasn't had them, he hasn't run any better. He's probably going to be drifting back, looking to find the line. Not a lot of positives with this guy, and being at the top weight's not going to help his chances at all. And he's been over 1600 5 times, and he's recorded his first win here in a minor placing. So there's some stats for this guy.
Heading on now to number 6, Pride of Love, James Peters and the Toast Trust Pride of Love stable combined, $215.
Yeah, she's pretty hard to follow, Scott. He's going to draw out wide here today, going up 5.5 kilos from that same race behind Boardroom, and she just hasn't fired in any of her 7 starts. So she's all been on the turf, and I think that's fine for her, but she's probably going to take a little bit more time to mature. She looks really good in the coat down here. Not a lot that I can fault her on looks, and she's on a 3-week break now, and yeah, she's probably just average.
Here's number 3, and that'll be Fearless Warrior. Manuel Nunez will sport the same colours that he wore along the previous here on Flying Fighter. 61 and 21 for Desmond Coe.
I thought I might have seen a little bit more support for this guy. He's had 1 minor placing from 14 goes, and he's placed over 1600, so that's why I thought he might have seen a little bit of support at place. But I mean, his last run was just disappointing. He was caught well back and never made an impression. So I'm not sure what it's going to take for this guy to bounce back and find a suitable race, because he's now in Division 2. He's been racing in Division 1 Class 5, so it's a little bit easier today.
Here's number 7, Raging Rabbit, Zyrule and Alvin 10, 56 and 16 on the 8-day backup.
Yeah, and that second behind, very surprised. He did look like he was going to be the eventual winner, but wasn't meant to be. Drops down a couple of kilos from that, and he drawed really well here. Not sure how he's going to go with the 8-day turnaround, but he's got a good record from 16 starts for a maiden. Placed a couple of times. He's been over the mile for half of that career, and he hasn't had a break, so he's he looks pretty relaxed down here. He does know what it's all about, and hopefully he can run a nice race.
Bell rings for riders to get mounted up. Here's my each-way play and my value tip of the afternoon. Fate to Win for Krisner and Peters. I think if he can find the front again, we might see a form reversal. Yeah,
that's a really good each-way play, Scott. He's 3rd up today, so he's nice and fit for James Peters. T. Krisner, just forget his last run. He didn't show a lot. He was slow away from the gates and just never found the line. So going up to 1600 metres is an ideal distance for him. He's won twice over this trip and goes so well on the turf. So yeah, really good each way play. There might be some late money for him.
We're going to take a look at Prodigal quickly, Ethan, before he heads up the tunnel.
Yeah, Prodigal, he gets really keen in his races. Lerner's on board today for the 2nd time. He's going to draw the inside gate. He's got a great record from his 33 goes, and hopefully he does settle a little bit better and Lerner doesn't have to walk out alongside him. But drawing well's a massive tick for this guy. We've given him so many chances in the past. Just want him to run another nice race.
Yeah, Darren Dennis actually replaces Mark Lerner.
Oh, the change,
yeah, just a quick late change of rider there. So take notes in your race books. Number 11 is Silver Warrior, another one for Jason Ong. Ruin Meyer gets a good draw. He has to be in the mix.
He does have to be in the mix, and I thought he'd see some more support. Drawn well again. I think he can surprise at a good price at $36. He's probably going to see a little bit more support, but this is a hard race, Scott, and Silver Warrior is no exception to really place in. He ran a 5th over 1,000 metres behind Pacific Scout. We've seen that race just come out and win with Sacred Gold. So, yeah, not really sure where to place this guy, but again, the stable's in red-hot form, and he gets a lightweight good draw.
Searching for that first win at start 17 is Silver Warrior as we head to 12, Red Dragonfly by Boomsire Rubik Espandola rides, 89 and 22.
Yeah, definitely an each-way play. He didn't have a lot of excuses most recently when he was at a triple-figure price, and he did drift out on that day, and he was only beaten just over 3 lengths, so that was 1,400-metre trip. He's run a minor placing over 1,600 metres before. Yeah, a good place value in my opinion, and not a lot of faults in terms of his form lines. He's just going to take a little bit more time to furnish and bring his best.
Yeah, he's getting nice on his toes as the jockey gets legged up. But that is our field for race number 3, where we have a $15 favourite in number 2, Boss Hang Hang. They'll do one more circle of the parade ring, and then they'll head out to the start for the Class 5, Division 2 over a mile, and we race on the long course D. Back shortly with our selections and a betting update. made a little remark on Track Talk that this is probably the last time I'm going to give him a crack here in my top 3. Darren Dennis replaces Mark Lerner. Take note if you're just joining us with a rider change, but he will likely settle back, probably midfield. And I just want to see him release that turn of foot that we have seen him do in the past. He's a 3-time winner, but it's been well over a year and a half since we have seen him at his best claiming a victory. And number 4, Bravo Kid, I'll put in for 4th position. He's been honest, he's been consistent, and if he's up there turning for home in the first 4 or 5, I think he can grind away to earn a little bit of prize money for connections. 8, 2, 5 and 4. Fate to Win is my value play of the afternoon, Ethan, and getting very, very dark out here. We saw the wind pick up just a moment ago, and I'm just going to keep an eye on this storm out here to the northeast.
Yeah, you keep your eyes peeled, Scott. You're right, it's getting really cloudy and quite bleak down here. But I've gone with the favourite, Boss Hang Hang. He drifted out a point from 17 out to 18, but I've got him on top just because he's been really consistent in his last 3 goes. He's second up here today. He's placed second up previously, and I think stepping up over a mile from 1400 isn't a big query for this guy. If he's able to roll forward for Benny Woodworth from that low gate, he should be up on speed and trying to sit amongst the first 3 or 4. And I think he's going to get every possible chance today, and he's been really encouraging. He raced wide last start and flew home for a 3rd, only beaten just under 3 lengths behind Healthy Baby. A lot of positives for this guy, and I think he's going to hold that quote at 18. My second selection, number 4, Bravo Kid, racing so well for a maiden. Had 13 goes here in Singapore, and doesn't know how to run a bad race. He's also going to be a speed influencer looking on paper. He'll roll forward more than likely from barrier 9, try and tuck in for a bit of cover, and hopefully he isn't caught wide and can hit the line late. Usually he gets too far back and he makes a good impression, and then he just peaks on his run. My third selection, number 7, Raging Rabbit. He's on the 8-day turnaround, this 4-year-old son of Flatter for Norzai Rule. Again, gets a great draw, drops down a couple of kilos from his second behind. Very surprised when he loomed up like a really good thing on the poly track, where I think he does his best racing, but no disadvantage being on the turf. So if he balances up, you know, in the first probably 5 or 6 in running, then he'll be hitting the line hard. But I remember when he was on the turf last time out, he was caught well back and he charged home late. So just don't want him to see get too far back. And my 4th selection, number 9, is Atlas. Runs fairly consistent for this 7-year-old. I think he's better over a shorter trip, but they're going to have an attempt over a mile here. It could be a good chance if he does get the right run. My numbers for race number 3, 2, 4, 7 and 9, but I have sided with this favourite that's now come into $15 from 19, so good late support for this favourite. A little bit of money coming for number 4, Bravo Kid. Also some good money coming for Silver Warrior. There's a couple of betting moves, but I think the biggest we've just seen is that favourite Boss Hang Hang firming into 15.
Yeah, I thought we would see a few little swings in the market here for this event. Wide open here for a Division 2. Prodigal's going to be the first one to load away. Ethan, any last comments before they start them up?
Not really, Scott. I'd like to see Boss Hang roll forward, so too Bravo Kid, and hopefully Prodigal can improve. But yeah, an interesting race here, and it's the first race on the turf, so see how the long course D position is playing over the 1600 metres. Runners are moving in. Back to you, Scott.
Thank you, Ethan. Getting very dark and gloomy here, as you can probably see by the images on screen, but a bit of dark cloud out to the northeast and slowly starting to build momentum as well. So we may see a touch of rain in the next half hour or so. Darcy comes up at a big price of $219. So we've still got about 5 out of line as One Legacy comes forward, along with Red Dragonfly, who was really on his toes in the parade ring and heading out the front. Fate to Win to come forward. He's out on the drift, 147, so my on-top pick is well and truly taking a walk in the market. Red Dragonfly to come forward, and Raging Rabbit will be the last of 12 runners. So no late changes in the market. Boss Hang Hang will jump at $16. Now out to 17, your race favourite. Set at the mile. Stand by for a start. Starter releases them, and they're off and racing. Atlas broke nice and quickly, so too One Legacy, and the expected speed with Boss Hang Hang. Bravo Kid just settles on a 3-wide path, looking to sort his order out and tuck in. Prodigal's going to lob 5th to rail, and out on his outside is Silver Warrior. Red Dragonfly in 7th, but 3 wide facing the breeze. Getting back to Fearless Warrior, Pride of Love to his outside. And the last 3 are headed by Raging Rabbit. Fate to Win has got back to second last, so no forward position from him. And at the back of the field is Darcy. 424.85, so a pretty moderate gallop now, as looking to take over here is Atlas as they make that bend. On his outside, Bravo Kid, One Legacy third. And then getting back to Boss Hang Hang, who's just going to bide his time and look to pick his runs. Red Dragonfly has been wide throughout. Dropping back in the field is Silver Warrior. Pride of Love whipping around them. Prodigal just holds his spot on the inside rail midfield. And then the last few are still Fearless Warrior to the outside of them. Getting back there is Darcy. Fate to Win's got a lot to make up, and so too Raging Rabbit. Straight in for the judge in the 3rd race of the afternoon. Bravo Kid gets up to test Atlas. Looking to peel off their heels is Boss Hang Hang, shifting back to the inside now as he changes course. Prodigal back behind those, along with Silver Warrior, and One Legacy looks to be fading out of it. With 200 metres left to go, it's Atlas looking to wind back the clock here, and Atlas kicks away now by a length and a half. Prodigal can't really pick up the gallop. He's going to try to, but as they come into the last 50, Atlas gets back into the winner's stall for the first time in a long time. Prodigal second, he's backing business. Boss Hang Hang behind those, along with Bravo Kid, Silver Warrior, and midfield was Fearless Warrior, along with Red Dragonfly. Then we have Raging Rabbit pulling up with Darcy. Fate to Win, ultra disappointing this afternoon. One Legacy and Pride of Love, one of the last ones home. Number 9, Atlas. Into $19 at the death. Have to have a look at the betting boards when they come up and are available, but I'd say he's been heavily supported late in betting. We saw a late move for number 11, Silver Warrior, 30 into 17. He actually jumped your favourite. And he was 48 into 19, so you got to follow the late money here, don't you? Well done to Jason Ong and AP Tan, the 7-year-old son of Atlante out of Update. Gets his first win in 617 days. 136.17 the time. Numbers are 9, 5, 2 and 4. Ethan Mills, it's a formula you've just got to follow here lately, and that is the late money. It's usually your best guide.
It is, Scott. I did have Atlas in my 4th selection. I did not expect him to go so well, but you just got to look at him at about the half mile. He was cruising along for Carlos, and he was in a lovely, relaxed rhythm. Bravo Kid was very keen in the run. Boss Hang Hang was under a really good hold, but he just doesn't have that dash that... you know, we haven't really seen him with a great acceleration, but he just boxed on really well. He had a couple of excuses there, obviously being chopped out in the last probably 50 metres. Prodigal was back with some really good form. So, I mean, a couple of predictions that I did have were really positive to see. Prodigal's improved. Bravo Kid run another good race. But, yeah, Atlas was a big surprise there, but not in the case of the betting board. He got all the support, and he gets all the accolades.
Blinkers back on today, look to have done the job as well. Look, they went along at a pretty steady gallop, and, you know, a couple were sort of a little bit unlucky with their runs, but yeah, I'm not too sure how much are we going to see this form hold up moving forward. Prodigal was a big improver, so we'll give him another lifeline.
Yeah, I think you're right. You did have him in your top 3, so he hasn't upset you completely. And I think he had a little bit of an unlucky story there. He was boxed up for the majority of the straight. Yeah, I think this race is probably... on paper, it's how it unfolded. We saw all the fancy chances there at the right time, and nothing really jumped out of the ground. Atlas, although he saw all the support, you just got to look at how he was travelling. He bounced on the bunny, had a controlled speed, like you mentioned in the call. They were going at a moderate split, and he was absolutely under no pressure. He's been a little bit one pace in his career, but I think that was set up to win today because he was so comfortable out in the lead. He's run some okay races over over a mile, and when he was over a mile last time out, when Ronnie Stewart rode him, he did lead on that occasion and ran a 5th, not beaten far. So I think that's just the one thing we missed, is if he's going to roll forward, and he can dictate on his terms. But he's just coming into the winner's circle now, and as I mentioned on Track Talk, good to see Carlos Enrique get some more success. He's got a nice book of rides today, and good to see him with some early success here with Atlas and the champion trainer Jason Ong. Plenty of connections here with number 9 Atlas after they win race number 3. We'll take a look now at the replay.
Stand by for a start. Starter releases them and they're off and racing. Atlas broke nice and quickly, so too One Legacy, and the expected speed with Boss Hang Hang. Bravo Kid just settles on a 3-wide path, looking to sort his order out and tuck in. Prodigal's going to lob 5th to rail, and out on his outside is Silver Warrior. Red Dragonfly in 7th, but 3 wide facing the breeze. Getting back to Fearless Warrior, Pride of Love to his outside. And the last 3 are headed by Raging Rabbit. Fate to Win has got back to second last, so no forward position from him. And at the back of the field is Darcy. 424.85, so a pretty moderate gallop now, as looking to take over here is Atlas as they make that bend. On his outside, Bravo Kid, One Legacy 3rd, and then getting back to Boss Hang Hang, who's just going to bide his time and look to pick his runs. Red Dragonfly has been wide throughout. Dropping back in the field is Silver Warrior. Pride of Love whipping around them. Prodigal just holds his spot on the inside rail midfield. And then the last few are still Fearless Warrior to the outside of them. Getting back there is Darcy. Fate to Win's got a lot to make up, and so too Raging. The judge in the 3rd race of the afternoon. Bravo Kid gets up to test Atlas. Looking to peel off their heels is Boss Hang Hang, shifting back to the inside now as he changes course. Prodigal back behind those, along with Silver Warrior, and One Legacy looks to be fading out of it. With 200 metres left to go, it's Atlas looking to wind back the clock here, and Atlas kicks away now by a length and a half. Prodigal can't really pick up the gallop. He's going to try to, but as they come into the last 50, Atlas gets back into the winner's store for the first time in a long time. Prodigal 2nd, he's back in business. Boss Hang Hang behind those, along with Bravo Kid, Silver Warrior, and midfield was Fearless Warrior, along with Red Dragonfly. Then we have Raging Rabbit pulling up with Darcy. Fate to Win, ultra disappointing this afternoon. One Legacy and Pride of Love, one of the last ones home.
A good win from Atlas. As you can see, we do have an objection. 1st against 2nd. 3rd against 2nd, I should say. 3rd against 2nd, there is an objection. So the provisional results 9, 5, 2 and 4, but they could be altered. So just stand by from the results of the stewards, but we do have an objection between 3rd against 2nd. 3rd against 2nd here. Boss Hang Hang objecting to Prodigal. The time 1:36.17. 1:36.17, so they are inside standard time here on this Class 5 Division 2. Margins are half by a length and 3/4, but we will hear more news in just a moment after the wrap up from this objection between 3rd against 2nd. Results read as such: 9, 5, 2 and 4. 5th going to number 11, and the objection has been withdrawn. Let's wait for the all clear now. with his third run?
I think he will. I quite liked him here as a top 4 player. I just want to see him go forward from that low draw. If he can put himself into a nice position in the first 2 or 3, get into a nice rhythm, and we know how good he's been. We've seen him score on this surface before in the past, and his last 12 months have been some good and poor performances, so very hard to follow.
Yeah, he was going really well in this grade in late 2023, so they're probably just looking to step him up, to get him get a couple more runs in his legs to get him back to where he was. Good positive that he's drawn well. Number 5, Longevity for Ricardo Lagrange, Carlos Enrique with the lightweight of 50 kilos. He's been consistent. That lightweight should surely help, but what do you think about the 8-day turnaround?
Yeah, we see plenty of it now, and we're going to continue to see plenty of horses backing up Ethan. I'd like him to have a couple of runs between, but when you look at the program, this is the ideal sort of race for him, and I can see why they've given him a quiet week and turned him back out at the races. He's lost no condition. He seems to be parading well, so absolutely have a crack at the race.
Well, I mean, you've got to look at the positive. When he won over 1,600 metres on the poly in Class 5, he was obviously with a lot more weight. So coming into Class 4, he definitely hasn't disappointed with that lightweight. Number 6 is Prioritise. He's been around these races a couple of times, and he definitely knows his way around a 1,600 metre trip at the poly track. He's also on the quick backup.
Certainly is. Look, he's very good at sort of the lower end spectrum of Class 4, but he's eligible for Class 5. So, look, whatever he does here this afternoon, I think he's going to be very dangerous when they nominate him for something that's probably more winnable. He does his best racing at the course and distance. There's nothing wrong with the surface and the trip, but I just want to see him compete to where he's rated.
Maybe just a throw at the stumps for this guy as well before they have a go in Class 5.
I think so. Maybe if he drops another point or two and gets in a bit better at the weights at his next outing.
Number 7, the last horse we have a look at, the last of 7, is Super Bowl, Norzai Rule, drawn barrier number 1, probably the clear outsider. Yeah,
I think so. He's been in my selections on a number of occasions, Ethan, but he's disappointed every time I've had him in the numbers. So I'll put him aside this afternoon. But to his positive, he did finish second to Smart Star, beating a length and a quarter back in January of this year. So if he can try and dig into his form archives and reproduce that run, maybe a top 4 player at his best.
Yeah, he could definitely be maybe a really good value play. A really interesting race here, the 4th event of the day. It's a Class 4 over 1,700 metres, just the small field going around, and I don't think they're going to be heading out anytime soon. Obviously, with the weather conditions that are present at the moment, we've still got horses walking around. A few have just gone back into the saddling stall. I guess we're just going to wait and hear some more news before jockeys mount up.
Yeah, I haven't had any official word yet on whether we have a delay or anything, but that bell hasn't rung, and we're 6 minutes away from start time. It's thunder out in the distance. I am seeing lightning out in the distance, but nothing really close to us. But we'll leave it up to the officials, Ethan, and we'll keep an ear out as to what's progressing for race 4.
Yeah, we'll stand by if we do hear any news and wait for the bell for riders to mount up for the 4th event of the day. But we'll take a pause here on SG Race Day Live. Be back shortly when runners are heading out, and we'll give our betting selections and a market update.
He steps up to this trip for the first time here in his career, and I think at this point of his preparation he's probably looking for those middle distance races without making too much of an impact over the shorter trips. So putting him in to finish in the money, and Manuel Nunez for the ever popular Buffalo stable looking to combine here. And I'll go with number 4, Limbs Punchak Jaya, as my value play to finish into the quartet money as the Thunder rolls out into the distance. 1, 2, 3 and 4, but it's smart start for me, Ethan. How about you?
Yeah, same, Scott. I don't want to call him immoral, but I'll definitely say he is going to be very, very hard to beat. I just think there's daylight to the rest, even though he's got the top weight. He just looks so much better than these other horses, and I mean, Eruption's having a throw at the stumps. Longevity's run some okay races. He gets a lightweight. Mesmerising will be dangerous out in the lead and will get a good run, but he's on the 8-day turnaround. I just think Smart Star is well tuned up for this race. He's had 2 wins on the poly track, so you've got form lines there. You know he's going to see out the distance. He had so many excuses when he was wide and cast at a plate most recently 21 days ago. So yeah, he just looks very, very hard to beat. I was surprised to see that drift $8 out to 10 because I'd be snatching that up if I could. I've got him on top ahead of number 2, Mesmerising. This guy's just really tough out in the lead, and seeing that he's drawn well, he should just kick up and dictate it as he likes, and Smart Star sit off him. My third selection is number 5, and that's Longevity. Carlos Enrique Ricardo Lagrange, also on that 8-day turnaround. He's been consistent. You've got to consider him. He hasn't been beaten far in his last 3, and his most recent run was okay, but I think going up to 1,700 metres is a really good plus for this guy, and he's now off a rating of 48, so he's been getting a little bit worse in the ratings since he won in Class 5, but I've got him in for 3rd ahead of number 3, Eruption. Still should be respected, Fitzsimmons and Nunez, and he's had 1 go on the poly track, but yeah, I think they're just going to test the waters with this guy, see how he goes. Runners are moving in for race number 4. My numbers 1, 2, 5 and 3, but this odds-on favourite, he looks to be the hardest horse to beat for the day. An interesting race with the small field. Back to you, Scott.
Thank you very much, Ethan. Yeah, I'll be loading up very quickly here with the last couple to come forward. Here's Lim's Punjak Jaya. Take note, a rider change here with Vitor Espandola. Smart Star goes in. And Eruption will be the last one to complete the line. So a field of 7. Prioritise just gets on his back legs. They stand well now. Line folds off. Starter Longevity, and at the back of the field is your Punjak Jaya by a length. On the inside fence, we have Longevity, who's in Super Bowl on the inside fence in 3rd. Eruption. Longevity just flushed out 3 wide as they enter the back straight. Prioritise sits towards the back end along with Smart Star. 400 metres, 25.71. Pretty moderate gallop for the distance. Mesmerising for himself. Lim's Punjak Jaya. In a few positions is Prioritise, Eruption, and Smart Star has been flushed out wide and looking to start to get moving, but he only sees this leader about 3.5 lengths. They are very bunched heading towards the 600 metre mark. It's Mesmerising in front. Longevity's had a beautiful run. Just getting back in the field now is Super Bowl. Nowhere to go for him. Prioritise looking to sneak up some runs and travels well on the bridle. Eruption the widest runner, and still Smart Star at the back of the field for Caratolo. With 300 to go, it's Mesmerising on the inside fence. Coming into it now, we have Longevity and Lim's Punjak Jaya. Smart Star's going to have 1 crack at him, but I think he's got a little bit of ground to make up. It's still Mesmerising with 100 to go. Hard up on the inside. Longevity, they go to the line. Very tight, but I think Mesmerising put his head down right where it counts over Longevity. Smart Star, it's another bad watch for the favourite. Getting back into the field, Lim's Punjak Jaya, Prioritise. And then we had dropping out of it Super Bowl, and Eruption will finish at the tail. Very tight. It's a photo. I thought Mesmerising maybe, but Longevity's had a dip on the outside, so we'll leave it to the judge. But regardless, it's going to be a Ricardo Lagrange 1-2, and on that angle, I think you'll find Longevity may get there. Mesmerising had his neck stretched right out on the inside fence. But as the judge looks to split them, I think it's going to favour the outside horse here. It was very, very tight on the line. Smart Star's going to finish off in 3rd, and, well, I don't think we'll be putting him up as the best bet anytime soon. Did drift out in the market to $11. But we'll stand by for the official photo. But it goes up now. 5, 2, 1 and 6. Longevity gets it here in a tight finish with Mesmerising in second. It was anyone's race from the 600 onwards. There was only about 4 lengths covering the field, plenty flushed out wide. Prioritisers had to check across pretty much the whole field. And he's going to run on to finish in 4th position. Not a bad performance from him. 5, 2, 1 and 6. Ethan Mills, a tight photo, but it goes the way of Longevity.
Oh, Scott, what do you say about Smart Star? I mean, he's just had another bad barrel of bad luck. This guy missed the kick, got squeezed up out of the stalls. He got dragged back to second last. He was caught wide again. He was caught 3 deep when Kuratolo decided to make his move. Even though he had cover, he was still very deep, only a couple of lengths off the lead. And, well, Eruption tucked him back in, so he had to look for an inside run. There was absolutely no run for him. It was just a horror watch for favourite backers and connections once again. So, yeah, that was really unlucky for Smart Star. I thought for a moment if he got to the outside, he'd have a real crack at him, but it just wasn't meant to be. And Mesmerising, Raymond Yong's best bet, almost saluted, but he was brave, and well done to Ricardo Lagrange, obviously getting the forecast between those two. And I mentioned Carlos Enrique's got some really good rides, and he's now picked up 2 winners for the day, so well done to him, and well done to Longevity. He has really benefited being with the lightweight of 50 kilos, and that's his 12th run for the preparation, so he's improved in a really big way, and he's going to record his 3rd win from his 12th start. 5, 2, 1 and 6 on race number 4. The time 1:46.82. Let's go back and have a look at that replay.
They stand well now. Blindfolds off. Starter releases them, and away they go in the 4th. Beginning nice and quickly, Lim's Punchak Jaya, along with Mesmerising, and to the inside fence Super Bowl. That's going to put Eruption in that 1 out 1 back position. Getting back in the field is prioritised with, on his outside, Longevity, and at the back of the field is your $11 favourite Smart Star, relegated to the tail. He's just going to try and cover some ground at the back of the field. Mesmerising will take him into the back straight and lead them up over Lim's Punchak Jaya by a length. On the inside fence, we have Longevity, who's in Super Bowl on the inside fence in 3rd. Eruption, Longevity just flushed out 3 wide as they enter the back straight. Prioritised sits towards the back end along with Smart Star. 400 metres, 25.71, pretty moderate gallop for the distance. Mesmerising's going to look to try and balance them up for himself. Lim's Punchak Jaya still out caught wide is Longevity, but he's going to have to be stay there with no moves in the race. Super Bowl continues to hold that rail, just improving a few positions is prioritised. Eruption, and Smart Star has been flushed out wide and looking to start to get moving, but he only sees this leader about 3.5 lengths. They are very bunched heading towards the 600 metre mark. It's Mesmerising in front. Longevity's had a beautiful run. Just getting back in the field now is Super Bowl. Nowhere to go for him. Prioritised, looking to sneak up some runs and travels well on the bridle. Eruption the widest runner, and still Smart Star at the back of the field for Kuratolo. With 300 to go, it's Mesmerising on the inside fence. Coming into it now, we have Longevity and Lim's Punchak Jaya. Smart Star's going to have one crack at him, but I think he's got a little bit of ground to make up. It's still Mesmerising with 100 to go. Hard up on the inside, Longevity. They go to the line, very tight, but I think Mesmerising put his head down right where it counts over Longevity. Smart Star, it's another bad watch for the favourite. Getting back into the field, Lim's Punchak Jaya, Prioritise, and then we had dropping out of it Super Bowl, and Eruption will finish at the tail. Very tight. It's a photo. I thought 5, 2, 1 and 6 are your numbers across the line. Take note, there is an objection. Just waiting to get clarification on what the numbers objecting against, who are 5, 2, 1 and 6. We'll stand by with any information. So 3rd against 1st here is your objection. 1 against 5. So we'll take note after any news comes to hand. Stand by, we have a little delay to the all clear in race 4. third versus first, horse 1 against number 5. You can see here, Ethan Mills, as we bring you back in, they were in very tight room, longevity just to the outside. We'll bring the head up on very shortly, but Ryan Caratolo having to check across hills. I think probably right about here is where they're going to look to try and protest, but he didn't really seem to stop riding from what I could see.
Yeah, Scott, I don't know where that objection is. You can see after the line, Caratolo's probably just having a little bit of a discussion with Carlos about that. I don't see anything in that whatsoever. Even if we have a look at the head-on in the straight, he never stopped riding. He didn't put the whip away. He didn't try and steer the horse in any different direction. Carlos stopped riding, pulled his whip away, and steered the horse to stay straight on longevity. So I don't see any objection there. And
I think the head-on's probably going to give us a little bit more clarification. But we'll get that up at hand when it is available
don't
from
you
our
think,
producers.
though, that even with that long margin, there's no way that can be overturned. But again, I'm not a steward.
Yeah, look, we'll have a look at the head on here. You can obviously see Smart Star racing. He's a good sort of horse to the inside here of longevity. The pressure's really coming into the race now. Linz Punchak Jai is holding his ground. Smart Star goes for the split. Yes, he comes in.
But he's clear. He's clear of the horse.
He was clear. You do have to hold your line. That's definitely. But he has put the whip away and straightened him. But I didn't see Linz Punchak Jaya come out too much. The run definitely did close. But look, I can see why they are having a bit of a dip in it. But I think the margin's probably the one thing that's going to be a little bit against them.
Yeah, I think just looking at that head on, I mean that vision is better than the side on. It actually gives a bit more justice to the
head-ons are a beautiful thing in a steward's inquiry.
Yeah, and they'll be going over it intently in the steward's room. But I've just got a feeling that due to the margin being, quite a lengthy margin, it is a half length, and to see that he didn't have at that point where longevity had lost a true line. You could see Smart Star, he was still clear of his heels, and he actually didn't have any basically interruption in his run. So if you saw Caratolo trying to straighten up or look for room, or he couldn't ride him out at that certain stage, then I would 100% to see why there is an objection. But in my opinion, Scott, I don't see anything in that, even though we saw that longevity didn't hold a true line.
All right, so we'll stand by for any word on that. It's time to get into race number 5. We'll bring you all the updates from the objection, and let's head to the Class 5 1400 metres to jump at 2:30 p.m. $19 favourite here, and it sits as number 1, Contarelli for Carlos Enrique in 5, 2 Giebel's Glory, Ryan Caratolo in 1, 3 Pacific Star for Woodworth in 8, 4 Smart 1 gets Clyde Leck in barrier 7. 5 Golden 81 for Corrales in 9, 6 My Determination Manuel Nunez in 4, 7 Crown Dancing Ruin Meyer in 3, and 8 Happy Warrior for N Roslin in barrier 2. 9 Sebastian T Krisner in 12, 10 Sia for Cy Fuden draws 11, 11 Mr. Hooper Zaki in 10, and 12 Super Talent for K Faiz in barrier 6. 13 God's Gift is a scratching, with 14 and 15 staying in the stable. So pretty quiet out there in the parade ring, Ethan, as they wait to get the all clear to come out and parade. But we are getting word that this race, number 5, will be delayed by 10 minutes. So race 5 to jump at 2:40 p.m. So obviously with the objection at hand,
I think that leaves all the longevity backers just waiting in the queue.
So we're just going to take a little pause, Ethan. We'll be right back once the horses start parading here for race 5. So take note, race number 4, objection overruled. 5, 2, 1 and 6 numbers stay the same. Favourite unsuccessful in his bid to protest against the winner. Stand by for the all clear. All clear given on race 4, number 5, Longevity, 51 and 11. 2 Mesmerising, $6 a place. 1 Smart Star, 5.1 the place, and 6 Prioritise in for 4th. Forecast 2 and 5, $34. Place forecast 2 and 5, $10. 1 and 5, $7. 1 and 2, $3. TSA 521, 205, with the trio 125 paying $14. Quartet 521 and 6, 1,542. Margins were a nose by half by 1.5 in 146.82. Here is your photo for first, going the way of number 5, just on the outside of Mesmerising. Official placings, 5th was Lim's Punchak Jaya to Super Bowl and Eruption. Runners are out now, stretching their legs for race 5. And we can focus on this event here, Ethan Mills, and have a look at number 1, Contarelli, for Donna Logan and Enrique.
Yeah, it's his chance to get his first win here in Singapore. It's his Class 5 debut, Contarelli, for the Tiakau Racing Team, Donna Logan. He looks really good down here in the parade ring. He's got the shadow roll on still, and he just looks to find this race really well, even though he's drifted out a long way. He was $19 favourite earlier, out to 25, and there's been heaps of support for My Determination, a horse that you like, but coming down to Class 5 should really help this guy.
Yeah, he'll be a good little guide on where he's at in his career after this event. Number 2, Geeble's Glory for Curatolo and Fitzsimmons, 33 and 12. He too makes his debut in the grade. Yeah, got to get his name right, Geeble's Glory. I've got to get that one in the brain. He's been a horse that probably has been waiting to get to Class 5 for a little while now. Up to 1,400 metres, that's where he recorded his one and only win, and that was 246 days ago. And he always trials up well, this guy, and as you can see from the good barrier, they're going to look to endeavour to ride in a more forward position. So that's a really big positive, and hopefully Curatolo can bounce back with Geeble's Glory. Number 3, Pacific Star, a last start winner. Benny Woodworth takes a ride for Jason Ong, 39 the win. Yeah, an okay horse in this race. He won defeating My Determination just over 2 weeks ago, and this has been a long preparation for this guy. I think going up to 1,400 metres is okay for him. He only won by a little bit, but he stormed home from the back of the field. It almost looked like the front runners were stopping in that race, and he absolutely launched from the clouds. So hopefully he can produce a similar run. He does go up 2.5 kilos though. Number 4 is Smart One for David Koch and Clyde Leck, 86 and 19.
Looks to be a speed influencer in this race, just going off his most recent performance at a triple figure price. He was in that race behind Pacific Star and just faded, so maybe he can improve again today, but it's hard to recommend him here. He's getting a little bit fractious in the parade ring, and just want to see him hit the line, this son of Snitzel.
Down the page to number 6, My Determination, Stephen Burridge and Nunez combined, and he's currently at 19 to win.
Yeah, this is a horse that you like, and I've got a bit of an opinion of him as well. And I did probably in late of last year, but I think now he's really hit his straps. His last start performance when he was storming home with Pacific Star, he wasn't as far back, but he still made up some really good ground and got into a minor placing. So having Nunez on is no disadvantage ahead of Bruno Queiroz, who is suspended. Drawn well, should get a really good run. I wouldn't mind him sitting probably 2/3 of the way down the field and looking to run on late.
Number 5 is Golden 81 for Leslie Koo and Corrales.
Yeah, drawn out wide. He can upset on his very best form, but I'm not going to have him today.
So Bell goes for riders to get mounted up here for our 5th after a bit of a delay. Number 7, Crown Dancing, Richard Lim and Ruin Meyer. He looks a speed runner, 81 the win.
Yeah, this guy will be rolling forward with Smart One, in my opinion. Much better barrier than last time out, but he's just a noted front runner. He's quite brave in Class 5. He's up against some tougher competition today, and he's probably not going to be in contention, in my opinion, unless something goes his way and he gets a really good breather. Other than that, he likes to run on, and he's a similar case to Wins 8. Go forward and he usually stops.
Both of his wins coming on the long course, Crown Dancing. Not a bad little stat for him. Number 8 is Happy Warrior, David Koch and Rosalind, who'll claim 3 kilos. On
the 8-day turnaround, this guy with that claim should help from a low draw. But his biggest query is that he's on the turf, so I'm not sure if that's going to help him or not, but he comes back down from 1,600 metres. He should be fresh enough to win. It's only his 7th run for the campaign.
Interesting runner, number 9, Sebastian. He's gone forward, he's gone back, he's got a wide gate. What does he do today?
Not sure, Scott, first up. So, yeah, big question mark with this guy from an outside gate. If he rolls forward, I think he'll run a good race. If not, he'll just look to hit the line late.
So he's a 3-time winner, Sebastian. 56 days between runs. We saw his colours score earlier. Can see he was a winner 2 starts ago at $109.
Yeah, he said see 2 starts ago too. Bruno Queiroz basically levelled up, hit the lead, and it was a soft win over 1,200 metres. So they're going to have another stab at 1,400 where he's recorded most of his wins. So he's suited in these race conditions, but he was caught wide most recently. I think they're just going to have another run with him and try and find a Division 2 Class 5.
Thunder continues to roll. We'll get through these last couple. Number 11, Mr. Hooper, Richard Lim and Mohammed Zaki looking for win number 7.
Yeah, he stormed home powerfully last time out in the same race behind Sia, which was on the 21st. Drawn out wide here with a low weight. That's going to help this guy. I just wanted to see him get a little bit closer. He was so far back, and if he sits closer in the run, he might be able to hit the line quite hard.
He was the quickest last 400 home in 22.62. Number 12, Super Talent for K. Fahey, Richard Lim, who's well represented.
Yeah, he's been up for a long time, this 9-year-old. He's really hard to recommend. He's the clear-cut outsider, so yeah, 1,400 metres looks to be an alright distance for this guy, and the apprentice claim again is helping, so his last win was 540 days. That's probably what his price should be.
That's our field for race number 5. We'll bring you to claims and overweights. Take note, the objection was overruled in race 4, so positions stand as they went across the line. Number 4, Smart One, -1 kilogram. 8, Happy Warrior, -3. 9, Sebastian, -1. And 11, Mr. Hooper, puts half a kilogram over. Back in a couple of minutes, selections and a betting update. Form just starts to grow a little bit in distance, and we just seem to be getting the outside of it with the rain starting to fall now. I've gone the way of number 6, My Determination. He's back into favourite at $14, been supported in the last few minutes. He gets Manuel Nunes on, who rides this guy for the first time. A lovely draw, which should see him position up somewhere nice and positive. And as we know, he's already got one win to his name in this grade, which came 162 days ago. So I'll put him on top for me. Probably won't mind a little bit of a sting out of the ground. It's not really that wet, but maybe just a touch of softness on that first layer of grass. Second pick is number 2, Geeble's Glory. He makes his Class 5 debut here for Tim Fitzsimmons, the 3-year-old son of Kermadec, as we know, the same sire of Lims Kosciuszko. Inside draw, he can show some forward pace as well. And I think he's a horse that has to be respected, especially in a field that's rated like this. It is 2 Axel. Oh, sorry, I'm a race 2 far races ahead. Number 4, Smart One, goes in for third. He gets Clyde Leck in. Was getting a little bit on his toes in the parade ring, but he's still searching for that first career victory. And I didn't mind his run where he jumped and led from a wide alley behind Pacific Star last start. And he wasn't beaten too far, just 2.5 lengths. So giving him a chance to improve. And then I'll go number 3, Pacific Star, fresh off that last start victory 2 weeks ago where he beat My Determination, looking for a little bit of a reversal in the results this afternoon. But a really open card here, 6, 2, 4 and 3. My Determination for me. Ethan Mills joins me on level 5.
Yeah, Scott, good to be up here with you, and I can see all the torrential weather that is really starting to set in here in Kranji, and I've gone with Contarelli on top, number 1, and I've got him as my value bet. He was opening up at favourite at $19. He's got all the way out to 40, so there's been absolutely no support with it for him. So if he does get up, he'll salute at a really good price. And the biggest positive for me is that he's down in Class 5 for the first time, so we never really know how he's going to measure up against this lower class. That's why I liked him, and he was held up at a crucial point just over 2 weeks ago. So I think being against similar competition in Class 5 with only the one other class dropper in Geeble's Glory, that he really gets his chance to break through only from his 8 starts. This is his 9th start for the career. My second selection is number 6, and that's My Determination. Deserves to be supported here and has come into $16. A great second, storming home from the back of the field, just being ran over the top by Pacific Star, beaten 3/4 last time out, and Nunes does get the steer here from a great draw. Should get a good run, and hopefully he doesn't get dragged too far back so he can really see that late spurt. My third selection, number 2, Geeble's Glory. He's a horse that is probably looking to step up to 1400 and get back down to Class 5. So a couple of race conditions for him that'll really suit him. He's trialled up well, and he should find this a lot easier. And my fourth selection is number 3, Pacific Star, a last start winner in that same race with My Determination when he came from near last and absolutely glided home. So a good push for Pacific Star for Benny Woodworth, and he goes up 2.5 kilos from that win, so I didn't really want to sign with him, considering he only won in Class 5. My numbers for the 5th event of the day, the halfway point of our program, 1, 6, 2 and 3, but he is my value bet Contarelli, and he is at a good value price at $39.
Thank you, Ethan. Yeah, they'll start to get these runners up now, as we have had a little bit of a delay due to the inquiry and possibly even the weather as well, but we didn't get official word as to what was the delay, but objection overruled in the previous, and I think the right call made there.
Yeah, I think it was, Scott, and I'd love to read if there's anything in the steward's report on that, because we looked on the side on, we looked at the head on, and both of us thought there wasn't much in it, but there was a little bit of interference, at least with longevity coming away from a true line. So I think the right decision was made, but again, I'm not a steward, so yeah, the result stands as such. Carlos Enrique with a double today. Runners moving in for race number 5, another Class 5 over the 1400 metres here on the turf. As I hand you back to Scott Bailey, the rain is really starting to set in.
Thank you, Ethan. Yeah, really testing conditions to call in. Contarelli goes forward. Ethan Mills to take over up here on level 5 with the binoculars for the remaining 5 races of the afternoon. Here comes Super Talent and Sia to come up into line with Sebastian. Bit of a swap and change in the market. Giebel's Glory's now back into favourite at $14. My Determination not too far away at 16 for Manuel Nunes. Already with a winner today. He won the opener on Fast and Fearless for James Peters. So you can hear the radios going off in the background. I think they might be bringing one out of the gates here. And it looks like Golden 81. Just stand by for an update. Hello, broadcast. Okay, thank you. So we might have another delay here for race number 5. Number 4, Smart One, needs to be replated. So they're going to back these runners out here, Ethan Mills. We've got plenty of time to talk about this race, and it's going to be one of those days, isn't it?
Well, it's another sizzling Class 5. What other race would you want to talk about, Scott? Well, we can still assess that I think it's a 3-4 horse race. If something comes out and wins at a really big price, I would be definitely surprised as every other punter. And maybe that is an effect of the weather. We always say that this track drains out really, really well, but doesn't look like letting up at all this rain.
Yeah, I think it's just going to hang around. We can start to see a little bit of clearing. That's where the storm came from in the northeast. So usually once it swings through, it does its business and moves on. So I think within the next half an hour, we might just see a bit of blue sky start to poke through. But Singapore Turf Club farrier Paul Summers just running to the van to get the stuff, and he's been on holiday in Dubai for the last week or so. I saw him amongst some really nice blue sunshine weather and relaxing, and now he's shoeing horses behind the gates in the pouring rain at Kranji.
Well, I guess they had to put him back into the routine, obviously with the bad weather. But
he's been here a long time, Paul. He goes right back to the Bukatima days, I believe. So
oh, really?
He's been the top of the farrier echelon for a long, long time, and yeah, he's very, very good at what he does.
A lot like the furniture.
His name's synonymous here with Kranji Racing, and well, you still get plenty of people from the old days. Leslie Koo, he was a jockey and now a trainer, and they can all tell you plenty of stories from the mid-90s and even earlier as well from Singapore Racing here at not just Kranji but Bukatima as well.
Yeah, and I remember watching just a short clip the other day about the size of Bukatima in comparison to the complex here in Kranji. And
you haven't been out there yet?
No, I haven't.
Yeah,
and I just saw
huge ground.
Yeah, huge radius. So I guess there's a little bit of history that people can learn about, obviously before the closure, and make the most of it.
Well, they had a 9-hole golf course in the middle, and we used to play there a lot, and you would always sort of look out and just think, this is where a racetrack used to be, and the old grandstand became shops, and yeah, it's a lot's changed over since 2000 when Bukatima closed, but we head towards the end of the season here now, and the time is ticking, isn't it, Ethan?
Yeah, it is, and I remember going back over some my calendar and seeing ever since I'd arrived a couple of days ago, I think it was 5 or 6 days ago, had been the exact halfway point since I've been here, and it's absolutely flown by. Obviously, I've been having a look around the Singapore ever since, and I've really enjoyed being here. And it's a bit sad, obviously, with only a couple of months left to go, but it's also exciting as well. We've got some really good races, some good horses, good riders coming in, and we've seen all the new influx of jockeys, and there's obviously a little bit of word that Daniel Moore, I should say, is,
he'll be here for next weekend, and he'll be calling Kranji home for a short period. So he's hit form too. He's ridden a couple of winners on the Saturday meetings at Caulfield the last few weeks, and he's coming here with plenty of form. So owners and trainers, keep an eye out for Daniel Moore in the coming weeks.
Yeah, well, they've definitely got their pick of jockeys, don't they, heading towards the big races this year. And it's good to see that next week we've got some Group 1 racing for the first time. We've got the Kranji Mile, and Scott, you must be really excited to call that race. And obviously earlier we'll have the Singapore Guineas, which is also a thrilling contest for the 3-year-olds. So as I mentioned on Track Talk, it's exciting times.
It certainly is, and it's going to continue to get better as well with the 4-year-old series taking shape next month as well. The runners are being loaded away here again for race number 5. Crown Dancing goes up into line. Golden 81 coming forward. Rain starting to ease. Conditions getting a little bit better now. Contarelli to take his place. Round 2 of race 5 loading procedure here underway. Super Talent goes forward. And we've still got about 4 out of line. Not much change in the market. Geeble's Glory out to 16. My Determination just continues to hover at $17. Here comes Mr. Hooper. And Smart One, who had to be replated, goes up riderless. My Determination will be the last one, and we should be set to go. It's just been one of those days with weathers and protests, objections. Hopefully smooth sailing from here on out. My Determination comes up into line. Good go here for Geeble's Glory, now into $13. Couple of Class 5 debutants, so too Contarelli. They're set. Stand by for a start. Starter drops the latch off and racing. Crown Dancing quickly into stride, along with Geeble's Glory, who's going to make use of that inside alley. My Determination goes into a clear third with Smart One coming across his outside in the 1-1. Contarelli holds up on the inside rail. Then we have Golden 81 getting back into the field is Super Talent, Pacific Star, and outside of them Sebastian. Drifting back in the field is Sia. And then towards the tail, we have Happy Warrior, and Mr. Hooper has been relegated to last. 424.58 as they make the swinging bend and head towards the Singapore Turf Club Riding School. Crown Dancing leading them out. Geeble's Glory gets a lovely cart. Smart One just been flushed 3 wide. My Determination with a dream run, but he's going to need a touch of luck on straightening. Coming up outside of him is Golden 81. Contarelli with plenty of galloping room. He looks like he's going to take the shortcuts. Peeling out wide is Sebastian. And then we have inside of them a long way back Super Talent, Happy Warrior, and Sia at the back. 400 metres left to go. It's a long straight. Crown Dancing can seem to be put on tired feet at this stage. Running into it now is Smart One. Here comes Contarelli with a lunge. And out wide on the course, Golden 81. There's no My Determination. He's gone back through the field. Out wide on the course, though, Pacific Star really catching the eye out late. He's gone where no one else dares to go. In the last 100 metres, Pacific Star. That was some ride by Benny Woodworth. Nearly grinding the outside rail. Contarelli in second. Photo for the others between Geeble's Glory, Happy Warrior making up ground late. And then we had Smart One, Mr. Hooper, My Determination folded up, never really a threat with Golden 81, Sia, Crown Dancing knocking up Super Talent. And Sebastian, he has pulled up to a trot, only a couple of metres past the finish post. Well, we don't see him come out here too often. Pacific Star. What a run up on the outside. I'd like to say Benny Woodworth walked the track before the day, but I didn't see him out there, and I don't think he did. I just think he was just continuing to drift out and let the horse run where he was, and it's probably been the right move. Big run from Contarelli in second. Geeble's Glory will hang on for third, and Smart Smart 1 finishing off into 4th. Numbers across the board look like they're going to be 3, 1, 2 and 4. Ethan Mills, but when the rail comes out here on the long course, it's from a caller really, really hard to gauge, and you could just see him just getting that momentum hard up on the outside rail.
Yeah, I remember watching on the television screen here, Scott. I really didn't know who was in front until I had to have a look outside the window. So I think that race, although a lot was happening with Smart 1 and also My Determination, there's a little bit of interference there, and Geeble's Glory, basically he had to feel the pinch of that. But great ride, just as you mentioned, great ride from Benny Woodworth, and he even gave the little salute at the end. He knew what he was doing, and it's paid off. I think Contarelli, that was probably, in my opinion, besides Benny's ride, the best ride in the whole race.
He saved all the ground coming around the corner. He had that beautiful spot, didn't he? He had his own real estate mid-race, and he was able to sort of pick where he wanted to go. But, gee, they really strung out at one point from the half mile. Yeah,
and they really started up the tempo, and I thought it would suit those back markers, but he was in a perfect spot, and I think Contarelli's that horse that doesn't like to get too far back, but he can run on. And when he got off the back of the leader and really let down, just shows you that he's definitely going to win one of these Class 5 races without a doubt. So I think Pacific Star just won on the day, great ride, peeled out, and we saw another blistering turn of foot from this guy. He likes to storm home from the back of the field. That's what he did today, and just a little bit of adjustment of compass.
So I'm going to head down and get settled back into the parade ring. I'll let Ethan Mills wrap up here, and we'll go to the replay as Pacific Star was a big winner.
Really good win from Pacific Star, recording the 5th win from his 32nd start, this 4-year-old son of Boulder City. For Jason Ong and Benny Woodworth. Did go up 2.5 kilos from his recent win, defeating My Determination, who was obviously interfered in the straight. But full credit going to Benny here. He realises that the compass was probably to go outside the outside fence. It paid off dramatically with a commanding break in the last 100 metres. Contarelli, a huge bounce back in form for him. That was one of his best performances for a long, long time in his 8 career start, now 9 career start, and he's got in for 2nd and 3rd going to number 2, Gerbils Glory. Let's go back and have a look at the replay.
Couple of Class 5 debutants, so too Contarelli. They're set, stand by for a start. Starter drops a latch off and racing. Crown Dancing quickly into stride, along with Geeble's Glory, who's going to make use of that inside alley. My Determination goes into a clear 3rd with Smart 1 coming across his outside in the 1-1. Contarelli holds up on the inside rail. Then we have Golden 81 getting back into the field is Super Talent, Pacific Star, and outside of them Sebastian. Drifting back in the field is Sia, and then towards the tail we have Happy Warrior, and Mr. Hooper has been relegated to last. 424.58 as they make the swinging bend and head towards the Singapore Turf Club riding school. Crown Dancing leading them out. Geeble's Glory gets a lovely cart. Smart 1 just been flushed 3 wide. My Determination with a dream run, but he's going to need a touch of luck on straightening. Coming up outside of him is Golden 81. Contarelli with plenty of galloping room. He looks like he's going to take the shortcuts. Peeling out wide is Sebastian, and then we have inside of them a long way back Super Talent, Happy Warrior, and Sia at the back. 400 metres left to go. It's a long straight. Crown Dancing can seem to be put on tired feet at this stage. Running into it now is Smart 1. Here comes Contarelli with a lunge, and out wide on the course Golden 81. There's no My Determination. He's gone back through the field. Out wide on the course though, Pacific Star really catching the eye out late. He's gone where no one else dares to go. In the last 100 metres, Pacific Star. That was some ride by Benny Woodworth, nearly grinding the outside rail. Contarelli in 2nd. Photo for the others between Geeble's Glory, Happy Warrior making up ground late. And then we had Smart 1, Mr. Hooper, My Determination folded up, never really a threat, with Golden 81, Sia, Crown Dancing knocking up, Super Talent, and Sebastian. He has pulled up to a trot, only a couple of metres past the finish post.
All clear on race 5, 3, 1, 2 and 4, the numbers. 2.25 by 2.5, time 1:23.92. Let's wait for the all clear. 2, 3 pays 10, and 1, 2 pays 10. TSA 3, 1 and 2 are the numbers you need to pay $301. For the trio, 1, 2, 3 to pay 36. The quartet 3, 1, 2, 4 paying 2,978. The margins 2 1/4 by 2 1/2 by a neck. The time was 1:23.92. 1:23.92. They are outside standard time. Obviously, the rain taking an effect. All clear on race 5. So the rain just easing up ever so lightly, and the race delay is as such. Races 6 to 10 will be delayed by 15 minutes, so please make note. They will be delayed by 15 minutes.
Position, he now peels out to have a crack at these leaders. Now picture back in 5th position on the outside of a master player, behind player dropping out of it with Star Victory, and Sayonara heads the rest. The others are going to have to be very good, but Pacific Star is a long way back. He's not in this at all. Schneider now being joined by Commander Jones. Back to the inside fence there was Master Player, and Wednesday still boxing on. Sayonara catching the eye late. It's Commander Jones inside the last 100 metres. Master Player back to the fence, but Commander Jones, the ride, won the race. With Saberwin, who's been wide throughout, back to the inside, Tarky in the green cap, and City Gold Thunder, they look to be your best. War Warrior's got a lot of ground to make up, but he's pinning the ears back and looking to run on into the finish. Heading up with 220 to go, Ben Wade, but here comes War Warrior on the outside from well back in the field. War Warrior's taken over in the blink of an eye to give Pinheiro a double, and War Warrior wins with ease.
Into the 6th event of the day, due at 3:15. $30,000 Class 5 Division 2 over the 1,200 metres on the Poly. Looking at the field, number 1 is Coda Ranger for Louis Corrales. Number 2 is Master Player Mark Lerner. Number 3, Run Buddy Run, Norzar, all drawn out wide in 12, and 4 is Saberwin, Ruan Meyer, drawn 9. Number 5 is Pacific Crown. The Pacific Stable won the previous. Clyde Leckerboard, drawn 3. 6 is Talking Guru for Charles Perkins, drawn 11. 7 is Ben Wade, Manuel Nunez, drawn 2. And 8 is Behind Player for Benny Woodworth, also winning the previous. Number 9, Last Loss has been scratched, so 10, Sheesh for K Faiz is drawn 10. 11, Golden 18, Vita Espandola, drawn 6. And 12, Who's the Man, Darren Dennis, drawn 8. And that gives number 13, Blue Jay, a start for I Say Food, drawn barrier 5. So the rain just easing up a little bit as we have a look at the claims. 3, Run Buddy Run, minus 2 kilos. 5, Pacific Crown, minus 1 kilo. 10, Sheesh, minus 4 kilos. So those are the claims for race number 6. Scott Bailey's surely made his way down to level 1, and he'll be giving his assessment on these runners for the 6th event. And as a few of them just start to come into the parade ring, we now have a look at the current 3rd favourite, which is Master Player, Mark Lerner, Jerome 10, $38. He's a 3-time winner. He gets an okay draw, and he looks to be an okay chance in this, Scott.
Yeah, look, he's had a bit of time between runs, Ethan, 56 days, and a little freshen up's probably done him the world of good. It was a really good run behind Commander Jones at a huge price, but I think this is a much easier sort of race on paper, and Division 2 is probably more up his alley, and we'll just keep an eye on the market, what it does if it continues to support with him.
So that is Master Player, the first of 12 that we're going to have a look at here, with Lassos being taken out. Here's number 3, Run Buddy Run. He's been up... he hasn't had a break for all of his career so far, and maybe that's doing him some good. He ran well 2 starts back from the back of the field, and he's going to draw out wide here. The blinkers are coming on, so is that going to help him?
It was a really big run 2 starts ago behind Rubik Kid. Now, from that day, I made him my value play to start after, but you got to remember he was on a quick 7-day turnaround. He comes here with 2 weeks between runs, not much luck in that most recent run, held up for a pretty vital point down the straight. He's going to get back, but we are seeing some horses run on today, and that's probably a positive.
Here is number 4 at Saba. When you like this guy, he's a 4-year-old son of Turn Me Loose. He has had 17 goes here in Singapore, and the majority of them have been in Class 5. So he had some excuses last start. Is that why you like him?
Yeah, I don't mind him here. I just think he maps really well from where he's going to be with the blinkers on. He'll probably press a little bit more forward and look to play a real key part in this race. So $23 is the sort of price that I had in mind that he would be at, and I just love him with the blinkers back on. David Koch, I think he's found the right sort of race for him.
And David Koch currently sitting in 3rd for the premiership table.
He's had a good
season. Yeah, he has. And got some good horses too. A couple of really good Class 4 horses as well. Number 7 here is Ben Wade. We saw his pass run in the break, and he was basically looming up to be the winner, and then he just got run down late. What did you take out of that? Because it was a slow run Class 5.
It was. This guy, you always have to have him in your calculations. He's tough. That's the one thing about. Look, he's not blessed with a world of ability, but at this mark, he always races so well at Class 5. The stable have done a great job to keep him up, keep him fronting up to the races, and every now and then he just catches your eye and just runs out of his skin. He's probably shorter than what he should be with Manuel Nunez booked to ride.
So next horse is behind play number 8, Mahadi Bintar. Benny Woodworth looking for a race-to-race double. Can he sneak in at a value?
Look, he can. He's got a couple of nice runs to his name. He ran a really strong second to Lim Saramati at the start of the year, and that was a pretty strong performance on that day. But since then, he's just been okay without being great. So maybe one to sneak into 3rd or 4th position at a price.
So we have a look now at number 10, Sheesh. Sharply coming down in distance. First up today from a 78-day break. He led all the way when he was out earlier in the year. When he was running earlier in the year. Do you think that because he's fresh, he'll actually be suited back to 1200? Well,
he has caught the eye first up on a couple of occasions throughout his career. I just love him at those 1600 metre, 1700 metre races. Even 2000 on the turf is all right up his alley. I think he's got another win in between now and October, but just not in this sort of race for mine. He just finds the 1200 metres a bit sharp at this point of his career.
Number 11 is Golden 18, Leslie Koo, Vitor Espindola. Drops 3 kilos from his last start run 8 days ago when he led them up, but will he look to go forward again?
He needs to really dig deep and find something, because his last run was a little bit subpar to say that he would figure somewhere in the finish here, and I'll just look for improvement. That's what I'll just be hoping he can bring out here this afternoon.
So that's Golden 18 looking to improve. Who's the man? $126. Again, he's hard to recommend. He went forward last time out. What's his ideal distance?
Hard to say if he's going to be the man here today, especially in this sort of race, but he's had his chance on a couple of occasions. Ethan, he ran in a couple of really highly rated races when he first got here, but he just hasn't quite been able to step up. They've tried him at 2000, they've tried him at sprints. Yeah.
The JHI stable couldn't get a run with Laslos, who was scratched, so they've got Blue Jay here. He's probably better of the two, $34.
Yeah, look, when he won his first ever start, he looked like being a really progressive type, but we now see him off a mark of 31. A couple of really nice runs at his last few. He's catching the eye when he's hitting the line, so from a good draw, if he positions up nicely, maybe he's one that's sort of just got past us in the selections. Not writing him off.
So just 3 more to have a look at here for race number 6. And we're slowly going to find them. Here is Pacific Crown on screen. Clyde Leck, David Koch. The Pacific stable are really firing on all cylinders, but this guy isn't.
Yeah, look, we see a lot of these Pacific horses at a huge price, and this one's $319. So usually we like to see some market support come for them, and when they're at that price, yeah, it's a no for me, especially with a couple of representatives.
Number 6, Talking Guru. He was disappointing last time out in maiden grade. Goes back up to class 5. He's probably just hard to recommend.
He is. I've seen him trial quite nicely, but he just hasn't been able to bring that trial form to the racetrack. So until he steps out on race day, it's a no for me. But Charles Perkins, nice to see him get that first Kranji win.
Yes, it was good to see Charles Perkins get his first win earlier in the day with Sacred Gold for Jerome Tan. It was a really good ride as well. He positioned him in a beautiful spot off a hot tempo, and not sure if Talking Guru can do the same, but we wish him all the best nonetheless as they start to head through the tunnel for race number 6. We've still got one more horse left to have a look at, and that is number 1, Coda Ranger for Louis Corrales, coming back down to 1,200 metres from that mile trip most recently. But it's been some okay racing, Scott. It's been some up and down results in terms of our selections. Hopefully for the back half of the program we can find some winners.
Yeah, I couldn't tip a wheelbarrow today, Ethan. It hasn't been my best day, but you do get those every now and then, and we've still got 5 more races to try and turn it around and finish strong.
Try and savour the day. But now runners are just starting to head out to the track and head through the tunnel for the 6th event on today's program. And here is on screen number 1, Coda Ranger, also on the bigger spectrum for the price, and probably not a good chance today. But can you tell me why? Draws well, blinkers are staying on. Can he be a value play?
Well, he does need to lift a little bit. We focused on his track work during the week on Track Talk, and he did look pretty good on that occasion. So yeah, inside draw is probably the only favour I can really say to him, but he does need to find quite a bit to figure in the finish.
So that's the field for race number 6 as horses are heading out. As we've got the race only a couple of minutes away with that delay, so do make adjustments to that. But Run Buddy Run from that outside barrier will endeavour to be ridden more forward. So do take note for Run Buddy Run and be endeavouring to go forward. That's the field for race number 6. Horses heading out. We'll take a quick pause, be back with our selections and more in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. With that number 2 Master Player currently at $30, so a bit of value here for the 6th event. I just like his second most recently. He's first up today from a 56-day break. I think you've got to respect him. He ran home powerfully behind Commander Jones in this grade and comes onto the poly track, which he's had an attempt at 4 goes and won one of them. So I think there's a little bit of stats there in this field, and Master Players some good value with Mark Lerner and Jerome Tan. My second selection is number 7, and that is Ben Wade. A similar case to Master Player, ran home really well, finishing second behind War Warrior, who stormed over the top. He was only beaten just under 3 lengths, so much improved run most recently. He's had, 3-4 weeks now to freshen up, and he's a polytrack specialist without a doubt. My third selection is number 10. That's Sheesh Fresh today, and I think he's going to really appreciate coming down to 1,200 metres. He's got the fresh legs in. He probably looks like a horse that'll step out over a mile on the polytrack, but seeing that he's had a 78-day break has just given him enough time to really fire back, and hopefully this preparation he can continue his good form. My fourth selection is number 4, Sabuin. Not without a chance. Ruan Meyer drawn out wide, more than likely looking to find some cover in the early stages. He had plenty of excuses last start. My numbers for race 6, 2, 7, 10 and 4. Scott, what have you got?
Yeah, thank you, Ethan. Number 4, Sabuin for me, gets the blinkers back on here this afternoon. I'd like to see him sort of press forward and just put himself into a more stalking position. He will be caught wide, but I just think that's probably not a big issue here on this sort of course. If it was a turf, it's maybe a different story. So his best runs have come at this course and distance, and in these sort of conditions. Ruan Meyer sticks on, and just keeping him as my on-top selection. 7, Ben Wade. He's as honest as the day's long, especially in these Division 2 rating races. He gets a low draw. Nunez on. Just continues to run very good races and collect prize money for connections. You can't rule him out. Nunez has won on him before. He knows the horse well. And it was a brave run behind War Warrior last start, so he was the best of the rest. 2, Master Player. Look, I just want to see what he does here in terms of where he goes moving forward, because you've got to remember he went around at a $283 quote when finishing second behind Commander Jones. He's had a freshen up, and just keeping an eye on the market at $27, he has been met with some support. So that's confidence if you are in the corner with him. But I do probably prefer him a little bit more on the turf than the poly track. And number 8 behind Player to run on as a value player at $20 for the place. I think he can run on and catch the eye late with Benny Woodworth in the saddle. 4, 7, 2 and 8. But a very open race here. Sabuin on top for me, Ethan.
Yeah, I see why you've gone with him, Scott. He looks well placed in this race, and good support still coming for Ben Wade. What is that market telling us? Yeah,
look, he's been the best backed runner. He's $17 into 14 now, and just a late little spec for number 2, Master Player, 34 into 26. Number 13, Blue Jay. Look, he's gained a little bit of traction in the market since gaining a run, and he's 29 into 26. He may just be the forgotten horse, so we'll keep an eye out on him late. But we've seen that the market trends usually been the right play here this afternoon, Ethan. We saw a couple of really well-backed runners score earlier on. Atlas was one of them.
Yeah, really interesting race. But just speaking on Mother's Day, a special little mention to the Queen of Combermere Street, Susan Mills, and the Duchess of Aberfeldy, the Bun, Lorna Mills. They've probably had a lovely Mother's Day lunch.
That's some titles.
Well, they've got, privilege and royalty down there in Combermere Street, and I think they'll be backing a couple of winners at home, and hopefully they haven't followed any of my selections because we haven't scored, have we?
Yeah, mine's somewhere in the Pacific on a cruise boat, so she hasn't got any internet and not watching any of the races. So then I'm sure she's having a great day, the old girl. But yeah, great cheerio again for all the mothers out there on Mother's Day. Be sure to treat them to a meal and make sure the flowers are sent to the front doorstep.
Exactly right. So runners moving in here for race number 6. Still constant support for this Fitzsimmons and Nunez runner in Ben Wade. 18 into $14. Constant support coming for it after a brave second, just ran down by War Warrior. Draws well in 3. Filling the gates well, we had that delay which put back all the races by 15 minutes. So do make note on your race books with this race kicking off at 3:15. So Pacific Crown comes into the stalls. The Pacific stable, obviously so prolific here in Southeast Asia, and winner in the previous with Benny Woodworth on board. Just 4 more left to come into the gates here. We've got Sheesh, who's first up this afternoon, comes back down to 1200 from those mile trips, moves into an outside gate. Blue Jay for the JHI stable, who did declare 2 with last loss being scratched. That gives Blue Jay a run. So moving in, Talking Guru, Golden 18 has taken his position, and now Run Buddy Run will be the final one. Race number 6 on the poly track, over 1200 metres. The Class 5 field are set to go. The field is ready. The signal's there. Gates are back and they're underway. And Pacific's Crown was a little slow from the stalls and goes back to the tail end of the field with Sheesh. The favourite Ben Wade was away cleanly with Run Buddy Run, Golden 18. Coda Ranger kicking up on their inside, followed by Master Player also improving. Gets to second as they reach that top corner at the 800 metres. Out wide is Saba Win, then Blue Jay in the yellow cap midfield. 1.5 Talking Guru outside of Behind Player. 1.5 Who's the Man, Sheesh, and 2 lengths away to Pacific Crown last. Inside the 650, Run Buddy Run tries to put the brakes on. Just led from Golden 18, who's caught 3 wide. Ben Wade in the centre trying to poke through. They're followed out 4 deep on the course by Master Player, who's stoked up early from home. Back behind them, Blue Jay. Then came Saba Win to the outside from Pacific Crown. Ben Wade hits the front early in the straight. 250 metres to go from Blue Jay. Getting up on the inside. Master Player's only labouring, and Saba Win is sweeping down the outside. Saba Win raced up, took the lead from Blue Jay. Then Ben Wade. Saba Win pulls clear and takes the lead. It's over. Saba Win won it well. 2 lengths. Second Blue Jay. Third a Photo, Master Player or Talking Guru. Followed by Ben Wade, Sheesh, Who's the Man, Coda Ranger. Then came Behind Player. Back behind them Pacific Crown, Golden 18. And one of the last to pull up was Run Buddy Run. Well, we finally got one on the selection board. Scott Bailey, well done. Saba Win at a fairly short price, $11. It got absolutely smashed as we got closer and closer to jump time. Ruan Meyer, he scores with Saba Win, this David Cochrane 4-year-old son of Turn Me Loose, getting his 2nd win from his 18th start. So he's continually knocking on the door, and he ran an okay race behind War Warrior, where the favourite ran 2nd. For this race, he ran 2nd in that, and he had plenty of excuses. He was caught wide and was just plugging away. Master Player in this was just caught wide, and he ended up 1 pace in the home straight. Ben Wade didn't have a lot of excuses. He just didn't really get to skip away from them, and Blue Jay, the emergency, has put in an absolute blinder, finishing 2nd there. A good win from Saba Win, if you pardon the pun. That's his 2nd win over this distance at 1200 metres. He's really suited here, and the time reads as such, 112.39. 112.39 inside standard time here on the 6th event. Scott, you must be happy. Saba Win, he's saluted.
Yeah, it's good to pick a winner, and he was $28 into 11. We made mention before the race, Ethan, you've just got to follow this late money. It's usually a very good indication on picking a winner here this afternoon, and that's exactly what it's done. He was wide, but that's exactly where I knew he'd be. When you had a look at the speed map, he was always going to be out there, but he travelled so well with the blinkers back on that Ruan Meyer was just able to shift him up into gear coming around the corner and just be far too good for him. He ran away from him in the end, and I made mention Blue Jay was probably the forgotten horse we didn't have in our numbers. He's run very good. Keep an eye on him for the future.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit to take out of that Class 5 race, and the biggest question mark in the form line was whether or not that form with War Warrior was going to stack up, or that race with Commander Jones or Boardroom. So there was a lot of question marks in this, and I think we basically just saw the best horse come out and win it. Didn't have any excuses, won with merit, so it was a credible win.
He's riding very well, Ruin Meyer. Since he's made his way back, he's going to continue to get plenty of high-quality rides in the coming months, that's for sure.
100%, and that gives David Cock his 21st winner for the season as they pose for the photo. Number 4, Saba Win, is the winner. The margin's 2 by 2.5, the time 1:12.39. Inside standard time on the 6th. Let's have a look at the replay. The field is ready. The signal's there. Gates are back and they're underway. And Pacific's Crown was a little slow from the stalls and goes back to the tail end of the field with Sheesh. The favourite Ben Wade was away cleanly with Run Buddy Run, Golden 18. Coda Ranger kicking up on their inside, followed by Master Player also improving. Gets to second as they reach that top corner at the 800 metres. Out wide is Saba Win, then Blue Jay in the yellow cap midfield. 1.5 Talking Guru outside of Behind Player. 1.5 Who's the Man, Sheesh, and 2 lengths away to Pacific Crown last. Inside the 650, Run Buddy Run tries to put the brakes on. Just led from Golden 18, who's caught 3 wide. Ben Wade in the centre trying to poke through. They're followed out 4 deep on the course by Master Player, who's stoked up early from home. Back behind them, Blue Jay. Then came Saba Win to the outside from Pacific Crown. Ben Wade hits the front early in the straight. 250 metres to go from Blue Jay. Getting up on the inside. Master Player's only labouring, and Saba Win is sweeping down the outside. Saba Win raced up, took the lead from Blue Jay, then Ben Wade. Saba Win pulls clear and takes the lead. It's over. Saba Win won it well. 2 lengths. Second Blue Jay, third of Photo, Master Player or Talking Guru, followed by Ben Wade, Sheesh, Who's the Man, Coda Ranger. Then came Behind Player. Back behind them, Pacific Crown, Golden 18, and one of the last to pull up was Run Buddy Run.
4, 13, 2 and 6, your provisional numbers, well backed and won like a 2. $11 a win for Saba Win. Stand by for the all clear. Race number 6 for Saba Win, 11 and 5.1, 13 Blue Jay, $12 the place, 2 Master Player, 12 the place, and 6 Talking Guru, injecting some money to the quartet players. Forecast 4 and 13, $29. Place forecast 4 and 13, $11. 2 and 4, $10. 2 and 13, $18. TSA 4.13.2 returns 262, with the trio 2.4.13 paying 48. Quartet 4.13.2 and 6, 5,016, with 6,205 being carried forward. Margins 2 by 2.5 by a head in 112.39. Here is your photo for fourth, going the way of Talking Guru. Here's your run on Sheesh with Who's the Man down to Behind Player, Pacific Crown Coda Ranger at the back, Run Buddy Run, and Golden 18 was last of all. We'll take a pause, be right back. A Class 4 over to 7 furlongs on the back end of this pause. Axel, who'll have to go through to pack. Red Dragon back to the inside fence, and it's still Avalanche and Free and Happy at the tail. 320 metres left to go. Nimbus Star on the inside, being challenged by Tiakau Ben and Espandola in search of a double. They draw away now at a better part of 3 lengths to Longevity, and on the inside there is Shoal 61. But as they go to the line, it's going to be tight, but Tiakau Ben, I think, just got the margin. Is Lim's Craft. Creative Dreams looking to get out into the middle of the track. He sees these leaders about 2.5 lengths. Behind him is Star North, not really picking them up. Look at Tiakau Ben starting to make up some ground out wide. And now as we head towards the last 300 metres, Energy Baby puts now past Summer Wind. Nature Chief can't go on with it. Creative Dreams looks a danger, and so too Tiakau Ben. But Energy Baby, he's looking to make it back-to-back wins, and another win for Ryan Caratolo in the last 50 metres. He's home. Energy Baby, a nice win there. Welcome back to race day. We head to the 7th event over 1,400 metres back onto the turf long course. Field of 12, 2 to battle. 1 Rotor Robot is back for Mark Lerner in barrier 1, 2 Axel, Manuel Nunez in 10. 3 Nimbus Star, Krisna Tangamani draws 2, and 4 Jewel 61 for Ruin Meyer, fresh off a win in the previous in barrier 8. 5 Pacific Warrior, Benny Woodworth in 7, 6 Sacred Command for K Faiz in 4, 7 Shoal 61, Darren Dennis in 12, and 8 Creative Dreams, Ryan Caratolo in barrier 6. 9 Conspiranza, Espandola in 5, 10 City Gold Friend for Clyde Leck in 11, 11 Commander Jones, Carlos Enrique in 3, and 12 Gold Governor for Zyrule draws 9. Let's start it off here with number 4, Ethan Mills, and that's going to be Jewel 61 for Tim Fitzsimmons and the AJ stable.
Yeah, Jewel 61 in with some sort of a chance today. I think it's a little bit harder for him. He was disappointing most recently behind Hastem, but I think he finds a more suitable race today. He's third up, which he's got a good record third up, and a good record only from his 9 goes, and goes so well over 1,400 metres. A couple of positives here. He's up on his toes. He looks lively down there in the parade ring, so I wouldn't be surprised if he puts in a better performance than last time out.
Yeah, we have a riding notification. Attempt to ride in a more forward position. The way that he's on his toes, I think he'll be springing out of the gates and putting himself right up in the running. But he is breaking out into a lather of sweat here, the USA bred gelding. But he's been a handy horse, and he loves the 1,400 metres as well. So might be a nice little bit of value here with Jewel 61. A couple more just starting to come out, and we're going to have a look now at number 5, Pacific Warrior for Dan Marr and Benny Woodworth. He's already saluted in these colours today.
Yeah, he has, and hopefully he can get close again, because Pacific Warrior is going to need every bit of encouragement from Benny. And I think Daniel Marr's really got a good handle on this horse. Looking at those trips over 1,600 metres, he's probably had an improved run. He's looking to step over this sort of ground, and he's run home the fastest time this distance. So yeah, I think there's a lot of ticks with this guy, and hopefully he puts in another good run.
Here's number 6, Sacred Command for K Faiz and Richard Lim. $100 the win and $29 the place. First run for the new stable.
Yeah, first run, so big question mark for this guy. 71-day break, just want to see how he goes fresh. He's got some sort of a record being first up 6 times and placed in a couple of those, but draws well with the apprentice claim, gives some confidence at a value play, but nothing else. Being with Richard Lim now can help him, and if he improves, then that'll just be good to see, because there's nothing else that's jumping out of the page.
Here's number 7, and we're going to look at Showall 61 for James Peters and Darren Dennis. The one win came 336 days ago.
Yeah, long time between drinks for this guy. Another Showall 61, so it definitely makes my job easier. Drawn out wide, so he's going to have to try and push forward as he usually does, this bloke. And he's recorded 2 wins over 1,200 metres, one in Singapore, but I think he's been encouraging enough to put him in your numbers, and he was only beaten 2 lengths behind Tiak Al Ben when he had every possible chance. He sat up on speed and then just got dragged back, and then he finished off again. So I think it was a jagged race for him. If he can settle up again on pace and just hit the line hard, then he might show out all of his show all.
Here's one well in the market, number 8, Creative Dreams, Tim Fitzsimmons and Ryan Carotolo at 18 the win, 7 the place.
Biggest danger to the favourite here, Creative Dreams, and you can see from the betting board $18 in comparison to Nimbus Star, the favourite, at 17s. He's first up. So yeah, I think he's going to go really well fresh. We haven't seen him fresh before, and what he hasn't given his absolute best when he's been first up, but he put in a good trial most recently, so I think you can consider him. He's been really, really consistent in his last 3, so yeah, I like him here, and he goes really well if it starts to rain.
So just behind him is number 9, Consperanza, looking for win number 3, but 841 days between wins, Ethan?
Yeah, he's a hard commodity to follow, isn't he, Scott?
He last won when I started learning the call.
Yeah, well, that's a fair time considering his last win. I mean, he's place chance at value. He's $229. He probably deserves to be that, but I guess that's a good stat for you, Scott. It's 841 days of practice, so maybe that's a stat we can follow. Maybe the superstition could kick in for Consperanza, but I'd put him at a place only.
He did compete in a 4-year-old series as well, but just didn't quite level up to the mark. Number 11, Commander Jones. He's a horse with plenty of talent, Ethan, and he's 1 point away from being back in Class 5. Yeah,
he's probably looking to get back there, isn't he? I mean, no disadvantage from a great draw with a light weight, and Carlos is in red-hot form with 2 wins today, and he's going to need a big improvement in Class 4, but he's just so competitive in the lower grades, and that's probably where the team are looking to go after this run, unless he proves us all wrong. I think he's got a little bit under the hood, that guy, but he just hasn't shown it when he went to Class 4.
Certainly hasn't. Number 12 is Gold Governor. Tim Fitzsimmons well represented. Norzai Rule will take the ride here. Yeah,
Gold Governor, probably a better value chance, and he's going to have to roll forward from an outside barrier looking on paper. He's going to be suited coming back down to 1,400 metres. When he went up to 2,000 metres, he did the bulk of the work and just faded on his run and was never in contention. He was just found it too hard going that far. But from that wide barrier, they're going to look to go back and obtain some cover. So they're just going to look to see if he can hit the line hard. And he's not going to go forward now after that riding notification.
So bell rides for jockeys to get mounted up here for the 7th time this afternoon. We've still got a couple to take a look at. And here is number 2, Axel, who loves this distance. Doesn't mind a bit of sting out of the ground either, Ethan.
No, he doesn't. I think this guy's in with a great chance. With Nunez on board gave me a bit of confidence, and he's going to be drawing out wide, which isn't going to help his chances. But he's only got to carry 55.5 kilos, so considering the majority of this field are with reasonably light weight, that gives him a good chance. And the rain, well, although it's stopped now, it might come back at any time. So Donna Logan's gone close with a couple of runners today, especially with Contarelli. Maybe Axel can do the same. He does look really good down there as well.
Yeah, he's always been a lovely looking horse. Number 3, Nimbus Star for Krisner and Mahadi, 18 and 7. A string of minor placings. Can he turn it into a win?
I hope so. Hopefully it's not the case like winning Stride. I sometimes feel if I put him on top, maybe they just get beaten. But this guy is so consistent. He's my best of the day. He put in a huge run behind Tiakau Ben when he led them up, and he was just beaten on the day by a better horse who was caught wide, Tiakau Ben, and had to do the bulk of the work. Nimbus Star had all of the favours, and although he was out in the lead, he stuck on so gamely. So I think he's going to put in another great run today. I really want to see him just settle up on speed from barrier 2, and he should be hard to run down.
So I think we've still got number 10 to take a look at. He's just walking by me now, Ethan, and we'll have a look at number 1 as well while he's in the stalls. Rhoda Robot, Jason Ong and Mark Lerner. He's not on his toes because he's standing still.
I know, and that's probably why they've all got him in the saddling stall, to just get him relaxed. I call him I'm going to call him now the substitute horse of the year, because he has just put in absolutely huge runs last preparation. Well, I call it last preparation because he's had a break of 43 days, which is unheard of for Rhoda Robot. But top weight today, drawn 1, learner on board. It's the first time he's been on this horse. He's probably going to be an on-pacer, just looking on the race book. He's been caught wide in a couple of his races, so yeah, this is the biggest question mark in the race, and probably the biggest wild card in my opinion.
And so we'll move on to number 10, and that'll be City Gold Friend, our last runner of mention. Here he is on screen now, Ethan, for David Clock and Clyde Leck.
Yeah, this guy's just been a little disappointing, hasn't he? He's been on the dull side. His recent form really hasn't shown that he's going to be competitive in this race. He drifted out to this sort of quote last time when he finished behind Hurricane. He's always had these light weights in Class 4. He's got a long way before he gets down to into the lower grade. So yeah, I'm not sure what the plan is for this guy. Probably just to keep having a throw at the stumps and see what he can offer.
That's our field for race 7. We are 6 minutes away from official start time after a few delays here this afternoon. We're going to take a pause, be right back with our selections and a betting update, and they'll hit the post.
forward and dictate on speed, and I just think today he's ready to break through. From 8, Creative Dreams, the biggest danger, the favourite in my opinion, out to $21 into second favouritism. Curatolo first up today from a 56-day break. He was really consistent over 1,400 metres in his last preparation. He's had a really good trial, which he's tuned up nicely for. I think you should consider him. My third selection is number 7, it's Shoal 61. Will give a great side if he's going to roll forward for Darren Dennis, and he's been going okay in Class 4. He's run 2 starts ago. He finished behind Limsel Toro, only beaten ahead. So take out of that with some sort of form. He was 4th behind Tiakau Ben in the same race with Nimbus Star. My 4th selection is number 1. It's Rotor Robot. I call him the substitute horse of the year because he wouldn't know himself with a 43-day break. He's had a good amount of time to freshen up. You've always got to put him in your numbers because he can surprise. My selections for race number 7, 3, 8, 7 and 1. But my best bet, Nimbus Star. Give it strength, Scott.
Yeah, I've got him on top too, Ethan. I had him on top last start. It was a very, very brave second placing behind Tiakau Ben, who, let's face it, it's nothing bad to run second to him. He's a horse that's really found form. So from a low draw, expect him to really put himself in the running and be right up there looking at danger when they turn for home. Number 8, Creative Dreams, in for second. He's been a good horse for connections. He probably should have won a couple more, but he just continues to find a couple on race day that just have a little bit more scope than he does. But he has finished behind some very capable types. I speak behind Limsel Toro, Energy Baby on these last 2 occasions. This is the right sort of race for him to step up and show what he's worth. In for third, I'll go to way of number 2, Axel. Loves this distance. He's got 7 wins to his name here at the trip. And he probably wouldn't mind a little bit more rain, but the last time Manuel Nunez was on this horse, Ethan, was back in November when they both combined for a win. So that's a pretty good push for Nunez, being 1 for 1 on him, and gets back in the saddle today. And number 5, Pacific Warrior, is my value play to finish off in 4th position. Benny Woodworth and Dan Marr combining here on the one-time winner. 3, 8, 2 and 5. Nimbus Star, I'm with you as well, and just having a look to see what this market's doing, Ethan. It's the most stagnant market we've seen for the last 6 races of the afternoon.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of moves, haven't we? Just looking at the colours now, there's not much to split between a few of these. Really going to put me to work here. Looking at the board, however, yeah, there's no changes.
There's no moves.
There's absolutely no fluctuations. Maybe they're waiting to the very death, aren't they, Scott? Right up until race time for anyone to show their hand in terms of the betting board. An interesting race, though, and I'm fairly confident that a few of these horses will definitely see out the trip, and the 1,400 metres is probably suitable for some. There might be some horses that are looking to step up over more ground. Do you think the track is drained out completely now?
Yeah, it would have dried really quickly, Ethan. We're probably back to a sort of semi-firm surface to what we had at the start of the day. It's the quickest drying track I've seen anywhere in my time in racing, and it holds water like you wouldn't believe. But they are loading away for race number 7 at the 7 furlong marker here on the long course. It's back to you, Ethan, for the call.
Much appreciated, Scott. Yeah, an interesting race here. Not a lot of betting moves as Pacific Warrior comes into the gates. Rotor Robot, he's finally had a spell. He's had a 43-day break now. He joins in from barrier number 1. Nimbus Star comes along, and now we've got Gold Governor to link up. Field of 12 assembling here for the Class 4 over 1,400. Equal favourites, Nimbus Star and Creative Dreams, both at $17. Manuel Nunez moves forward with Axel on that outside barrier. And we've got 5 more left to come in. Commander Jones, who's probably looking to get back down to Class 5. We've got Creative Dreams. Shoal 61 to the outside. But still no moves whatsoever looking at the betting board. Gold Governor's drifted out, and Commander Jones has come in a little bit from that earlier price as City Godfriend joins in for Clyde Leck. 1,400 metres for the Class 4. The field is ready. Stand by for a start. They're racing. Rotor Robot stepped away on terms with Nimbus Star and Pacific Warrior going forward. Sacred Command in behind them, and then Shoal 61 pressing on, followed by Jules 61, and then came Creative Dreams midfield on the outside of Commander Jones. They find their order fairly quickly. A length and a half away to City Gold Friend, Conspiranza, Axel, and the last one is Gold Governor. Heading off the back section of the course at the 900 metres, it's Pacific Warrior the leader. A length clear from Shoal 61. Third the inside Nimbus Star getting a gun run. Followed out wider by Jules 61. A length away to Rotor Robot, Sacred Command. Then came out three deep on the course, Creative Dreams with a ride home. Axel's made up some good headway along the rails from Commander Jones. Well back Conspiranza. Then City Gold Friend and Gold Governor. They come around the turn at the 450. Pacific Warrior held together. A length in front of Shoal 61. Rotor Robot in between them. Here's Nimbus Star presenting on the outside. 2 lengths to Axel, followed by Sacred Command. At the 250, Pacific Warrior still led. Rotor Robot's coming out after it. Then Nimbus Star. They're right across the track at the 150. Rotor Robot now went up to Pacific Warrior, then Nimbus Star. Rotor Robot, he's as fresh as you like. He's going to win it. 43 days is just what he needed. Rotor Robot, wow, he's won. Beats Pacific Warrior. Third Axel maybe from Nimbus Star, Commander Jones. Then came Shoal 61, Gold Governor, followed by Commander Jones, Sacred Command, followed by Creative Dreams, Conspiranza, City Gold Friend. The last one to pull up was Jules 61. Wow. Rotor Robot. He has won here off the break of a 43-day spell. And can you believe it? It's definitely becoming the case for this guy. He's one of the most honest horses here in Kranji in Class 4 level. He just doesn't know how to run a bad race. Mark Lerner, for the first time, hopped aboard. He sat in a prominent position. Pacific Warrior gave a really good sight, but Rotor Robot was ready to pounce, and he has recorded another win. It's his 7th career win from his 32nd start. Well done to Jason Ong and Mark Lerner. This horse is, well, he has to be respected every time he steps out, regardless of the conditions, regardless of the weight, regardless of how many times he steps out. He is a really, really brave commodity. Number 1, the winner, Rotor Robot, defeats number 5, Pacific Warrior. Third going to number 2, Axel, got into a minor placing. Fourth going to number 3, Nimbus Star. 1, 5, 2 and 3. The margin 3/4 by a length and 3/4. Scott, he's done it again.
Well, yeah, he just needed that break, didn't he, Ethan? I don't know how he's improved 15 lengths, but he has, and a good ride from Lerner too. He's doing great this season, Mark Lerner. He's as cool as you want on a horse at the moment, and he was there for the fight. Look, Pacific Warrior, what a move for him. We said there were no market moves, but he was probably the best backed runner in the last minute of betting. He came into $29 at one stage and was as high as 78. So they didn't quite pull it off there, but Rotor Robot, what a year he's having, and look, can he make his presence felt in Class 3? That's the big question mark.
Oh, I'm not going to doubt him ever again, Scott. It's as simple as that. I said in Track Talk earlier, you've got to put him in your numbers just in case, because he will just run a huge race if everything goes to suit. And that's what happened today. He just got a beautiful run. Sat right behind the leader, peeled off his back. He didn't put them away with ease, but he wasn't entitled to. So, yeah, huge run. And I think he's turning into one of my favourite horses here, because you just love to see him run. He just will not give up.
We might have to get a set of silk signed by Jason Ong so you can hang up at the office during the week. But that's 3 wins for Jason Ong here this afternoon. His dominance in the Trainers' Premiership just continues to rise, doesn't it?
It does, and I think it just gives Jason a little bit more relief rather than confidence. He knows he's got a great amount of horses racing here in Singapore, and he really doesn't have to rush with a lot of them. And even Rotor Robot, although he was so consistent when he was racing 43 days ago, he just didn't have the rush to keep backing him up. He gave him a couple of weeks off now and gave him a good little spell, and he's bounced back in a huge way. So, yeah, well done to the Connections and the War Plan Racing team. Jason On getting another winner. It's just not turning. It's not a Singapore race day unless we see the Pacifics go well and Jason On go well. As Jason Ong has his third win of the day as Rotor Robot comes into the winner's circle. Let's have a look at the replay. The field is ready. Stand by for a start. They're racing. Rotor Robot stepped away on terms with Nimbus Star and Pacific Warrior going forward. Sacred Command in behind them, and then Shoal 61 pressing on, followed by Jules 61, and then came Creative Dreams midfield on the outside of Commander Jones. They find their order fairly quickly. A length and a half away to City Gold Friend, Conspiranza, Axel, and the last one is Gold Governor. Heading off the back section of the course at the 900 metres, it's Pacific Warrior the leader. A length clear from Shoal 61. Third, the inside Nimbus Star getting a gun run. Followed out wider by Jules 61. A length away to Rotor Robot, Sacred Command. Then came out three deep on the course, Creative Dreams with a ride home. Axel's made up some good headway along the rails from Commander Jones. Well back Conspiranza. Then City Gold Friend and Gold Governor. They come around the turn at the 450. Pacific Warrior held together. A length in front of Shoal 61. Rotor Robot in between them. Here's Nimbus Star presenting on the outside. 2 lengths to Axel, followed by at the 250, Pacific Warrior still led. Rotor Robot's coming out after it. Then Nimbus Star. They're right across the track at the 150. Rotor Robot now went up to Pacific Warrior. Then Nimbus Star. Rotor Robot. He's as fresh as you like. He's going to win it. 43 days is just what he needed. Rotor Robot. Wow, he's won. Beats Pacific Warrior. Third axle maybe from Nimbus Star, Commander Jones. Then came Shoal 61, Gold Governor, followed by Commander Jones, Sacred Command, followed by Creative Dreams, Conspiranza, City Gold Friend. The last one to pull up was Jules 61. Rotor Robot scores after a lengthy spell. It's all he needed, and he salutes at $69. 1, 5, 2 and 3 on race number 7. Let's wait for the all clear.
Versatile type. He's probably more than paid his way in to Lim Zoom. So give him another push here, but he's going to have to get back. He needs a real hot speed early and needs a good drag into the race. But look, Nunez on is a big booking. That's key.
Definitely is for Manuel Nunez. At number 8 here, Rhett Butler. Another one for the Donald Logan camp. Louis Corrales gets the ride drawn the inside. It's his 5th run of the campaign. His last win was a long time ago.
I don't know if we're ever going to see him do what he did on debut again, because he was very electrifying, you know, winning by a good space with a lightweight on his first ever start, but he just hasn't been able to replicate that performance. And he's had a couple of runs in Class 5. He's been big odds and doesn't look to be improving. So he's got it there. He just needs to deliver on a race day.
Now to number 9. Captain Singapore, Vitor Espindola and Richard Lim, drawn well this time. I would definitely say that he can get a little bit keen in his races, but he's hit and miss.
He is very hit and miss. When he wins well, but his other runs can be pretty ordinary, and he can drift back through the field quite quickly. So the best indication with him, Ethan, is following late money. That's usually when he's going to get on the board.
He's put on a bit of condition as well, 10 kilos, so that should be a positive for him. Number 10, Lim's Force. She is a horse that really didn't get to fire in Class 5. She was competing in Class 4 a while ago, so maybe she's just getting on now?
Yeah, look, she's very hard to tip to figure here, so yeah, needs a big push, a really big push.
So that is Fountain of Fame. James Peters already having a win today. Earlier on with Fast and Fearless. Now let's look at number 5, Bembo. I say Fuden, drawn out wide. Is he any chance of upsetting?
Well, look, I'm not going to say he's not. I think he's definitely one that can catch the eye. I would have liked him to draw a little bit better. He just can't seem to draw a gate in his last 3 starts, and even today. He's got to turn a foot when he really wants to deliver it. He's a 3-time winner. He's scored in the last 3 months, but he just needs favours. And to be fair to Saifuden, I love it when Bruno rides him. He just seems to really get the best out of him, and it's proven on the stat sheet.
Hopefully he doesn't hear from down
I don't think he will.
Parade ring.
He would know what I mean.
And here is number 6, Pacific Sonic. I thought he had a lot of expectation when he dropped down to Class 5, and then he put in a much improved run behind Superpan Swiftly. Can he repeat?
I think he can. That run was really good behind Superpan Swiftly. He was just off and gone and had the race at his mercy, but this guy was hitting the line very strongly when Daniel Moore rode him. So Buckets will be back in a week's time, and look, if he gets the call up again, maybe they can combine for a win if he doesn't get the job done here this afternoon.
Yeah, I can hear the crowd. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think cheering Malaysia Racing.
Well, at least they're having a blast in between races. Here's number 2. It's Windfall, Ricardo Lagrange and Enrique. Is he going to be up on speed? Because he looks like on paper the front runner.
Yeah, he's been showing toe, hasn't he? And he's very well bred. He's by the same sire as Boardroom in Justify, and he only goes down 0.5 kilogram from that last run. He's been okay these last couple, so yeah, repeat performances to that. He ran second to Summer Wind 2 starts ago, who comes in here as a bit of a market contender as well.
So if he is going to be a speed influencer, then the next horse that we have a look at will more than likely join in, and I speak of Summer Wind for Jason Ong, who's had 3 today. Learner's on board looking for a race-to-race double. It's probably a really good push to see him in Class 5.
But sometimes you don't know what this horse will do. He can go forward, he goes back. It's really hard to get a gauge on where he's going to be in terms of his running position. We haven't heard any riding notifications, so I guess we have to map that he's going to go forward. It's unless you hear otherwise, his last 3 starts he's jumped and led. So to continue with his race and pattern, he has to be up there. But he's dangerous back down to Class 5.
So that's the field for race number 8, as runners just have a couple more circles around the parade ring before they head out and through the tunnel. We'll take a quick pause here on race day. Be back with our selections and a market update. Don't go anywhere. Race 8 up next. Got War Warrior here, and maybe all on my own because he's out at $32. I only liked him because Curatolo's on board, drawn well, and he won well. I know he doesn't back it up, and I know he doesn't have the form to repeat that, but it was a big win. I just want to follow him one more time. And he sticks on the poly track, so I just think he's got a couple of ticks, even though he doesn't usually back it up. And he's at a good price too. It's a very open race, and I've got him ahead of number 7 May at $25. A second favourite for this guy, Jason Ong and Norzai are all first up from a $71. I mean a 7。
他都有位置交差的，然后选了比5号奔跑，马匹就状态算是有啊，只是说这个仁兄呢，今天希望他可以要打起精神啊。因为最近手风真的很差，那不听。不过呢，马匹没什么问题，也必须要把这匹马的实力发挥的淋漓尽致了。可惜就是显文诺今天就不骑这个奔跑了。好了，我的号码呢就是1425了。
这一场啊，看来选择范围其实挺广的。只有2、3匹马是超过100块，都没有那些200、300块特别冷的参赛马。可见呢，这场是势均力敌的一场赛事，而且可以看到说我们几个人的首选啊，全部都不一样的，各花入各眼啊。那我就以这一匹太平音速，作为我的首选了。它现在37块钱。刚才已经有一匹太平洋星了，现在这个太平音速也是在近期来说呢若隐若现的一匹马。然后呢，我的范围还包括3号的发达宝，也是等了一段时间的。然后是天降横财，跟7号的是猎鹰5月。猎鹰5月现在跟2号天降横财2匹马都成为了第1热门，但是你看得出这个第1热门不是那种信心满满的。20多块钱的马匹就有3匹了，然后30多块的2匹。真的是有范围没有重心的一场赛事啊！所以第8场赛事6号、3号、2号还有7号。
对啊，有些马匹你觉得它好呢，不过看到鞍山人就有点心情打折扣。然后到有些马匹就时有时无啊，无的时候多，有的时候哇就了不起了。然后有些就没有状况，不过又找来这个大师傅助阵，所以呢，真的是一个头2个大啊！要想想，要选马好呢，还是选人好？
刚才的4重彩累积7000多块过来，但是这场的4重彩也不好选啊，所以现在你看4重彩也才不到2万。
刚才有因为是1号啊赢啊，所以就
这场也不容易啊，这场都已经远远超过4匹了。
你看1号有票，2号也是有了。然后3号发达宝，
应该说严格来说这场都有票，
都有票。
你最冷的也不过就是150多块钱。
9号跟10号啊，9号。
巴特勒。
对，8号跟9号。
然后9号是周末宁静，年纪大的嘛。
对。
然后林家力量、民权这些后面那4匹啦。
后面4匹。
所以你前面就有7匹，前面的7匹都有机会的。
对。
万一啊，那个前面7匹，我们认为就是这前面7匹前面回来，然后万一后面那4匹其中1匹突然间跑进一个第4名啊，哇，
就没了，你的4重彩就没了。
所以不容易啊，真的不容易。
因为你不可能每一匹都放进去啊，所以一定要有些取舍的，要不然你的这个赔率就很低了，甚至说你的回报啊，因为你付出要比较多。好了，马匹准备进闸了，就把时间交给丽婷啊。
是的，这一场比较混乱的一个第5集第1组啊，巴特勒，其中匹冷门先进去，然后民权也是冷落的，再来有9号的周末宁静啊，都是这些100多块钱的马匹先进去了。周末宁静进到一半又退出来。2号的是天降横财。10号林家力量，好，周末宁静再进多一次。好，可以了，冷门马匹全部都进去了。第1热门，刚才第1热门天降横财也是进去了。 现在呢，第一热门又落到了7号猎鹰5月的身上，然后奔跑也进去了。6号的就是太平音速，3号有发达宝。剩下太平音速、发达宝、斗士啊、战士，还有夏天的风。发达宝跟太平音速2匹马一起进闸。最后2匹，战士和夏天的风。好，战士进去了，接下来是夏天的风。好，所有马匹都进闸，第8场赛事了，准备。闸门打开了，第5集第1组1200公尺沙地赛事。先在前面带出来的是天降横财，然后呢，在他旁边有林家力量、民权，接下来呢就还有9号的是周末宁静啊。夏天的风现在也很快的从外栏位置切上来，尝试想要加入这个前领的战团啊。然后守在中间的马匹包括有这个战士啊，然后是奔跑，另外还有太平音速，而接着在内侧的则是猎鹰5月，然后暂时殿后的2匹呢，则是这个发达宝，然后呢就还有巴特勒。现在巴特勒距离前面领放的马匹呢，大概是有5个多马位啊。现在前面有3匹马在斗啊，包括有天降横财在内栏，中间是林家力量，外面则是夏天的风。然后1个多马位之后呢，橙色彩衣的呢是周末宁静。另外呢，就是守在马群中间的还有太平音速，现在也悄悄从内栏的位置缓缓的上来。跟着我们现在在最后直程的时候，看到这一匹呢10号的林家力量。林家力量跟这个天降横财2匹马在斗，林家力量要爆冷了，那后面再追上来的就是周末宁静和林家力量爆冷啊，然后周末宁静也是非常冷落的，然后才有夏天的风啊，跟着呢第4名、第5名的比较接近了，看看天降横财呀、发达宝啊，然后呢又还有外面冲上来的巴特勒，里面有民权，中间有猎鹰5月，然后是太平音速奔跑，跟着呢就还有4号的战士。哦，真的是本来只对那些冷门马匹能够争取一个第4名已经很好了，结果第1名、第2名都是冷的。哎，但是10号不冷哦，原来林家力量最终跌到31块啊！
哇，最后下票啊！
最后下票啊！
啊，真的没想到。
如果是周末宁静的话，就真的是爆大了。
年纪最大的竟然把这些年轻马匹
年轻马搞什么鬼？
因为他们骑的真的很糟糕。先说那个夏天的风，一下子快，一下子慢，啊，人家出闸慢，他就突然间加速，然后去到前面的时候，3匹马并驾齐驱，他又突然间放慢。然后另外那匹呢，5号的奔跑更不用说了，一下子快，一下子慢，然后在早位7早8早就开始发力，这肯定没有到最后啊。当然。
Daniel Mark M. Zaki, I should say. I was almost about to say Mark Lerner, but M. Zaki, Daniel Ma, she's scored in her 10th win. That's her 10th win from her 69th start. She's run some great sectionals. Maybe her best days aren't behind her. That was a great win, Scott.
Certainly was. Great ride from Mohammed Zaki. Just got the best out of her. We know how good she is, Ethan. And I made mention in the parade ring, they're keeping her here for a reason. She's obviously got something more to offer, and we don't see mares race up until 10 years old here at Kranji, but they obviously were pretty confident she was going to get another victory to her name. And you talk about landing bets, 100 into 31. They're going to be having caviar, steak, and a great bottle of red wine as well after landing that.
I don't blame them. They've absolutely collected there, and Captain Singapore was hit and miss. He was just about to hit. Very unlucky for him. But who would have thought that the veterans were going to upturn the young guns? Captain Singapore, older horse. Limbs Force, she's 10 now and she's had plenty of experience. War Warrior was disappointing, and you were exactly right, he just didn't back up. May was a long way back. I thought Fanta Boy put in a much improved performance. He was caught wide and back and really started to hit the line late. But a great win from Limbs Force. Daniel Marsh, he's absolutely wrapped with her. The time 112.33, 112.33, so they are inside standard time here on race number 8. Scott, maybe that's just how the race unfolded. The two older horses came away, and it was very close in the finish.
Yeah, look, it certainly was, and well done to Mr. Lim Siao Mong. They've got a big weekend coming up next week with the Kranji Mile, and also a really live chance in the Group 2 Singapore Guineas as well. As they pose for the photo, 10, 9, 1 and 2. Let's go back and take a look at the replay.
Set at the 1200. And they're off. Captain Singapore stepped away very quickly with Windfall, Fountain of Fame, and the mare Limbs Force is going to roll forward today. Then came May in the light blue, just tucked in behind the speed, and Summer Wind is going to progress around them, followed by War Warrior, Bembo Trap Deep, Pacific Sonic got a check in the second half. A length away to Vada Boy, second from the back with the stablemate Rhett Butler. 800 metres out, Windfall is the leader from Limbs Force, putting it to it. A length away to Summer Wind, 3 deep facing the breeze. 2 lengths to Fountain of Fame, fourth around Captain Singapore at the 550. Bembo's been 3 wide the trip from Pacific Sonic, held up at a crucial point. Vada Boy starting a looping run from War Warrior. Well back is May and Rhett Butler in the home straight. It's Windfall the first to face the judge. 350 to go from Limbs Force. Then Captain Singapore, Summer Wind to the outside from Vada Boy, who's running on at the 200 metres. Windfall now joined by Limbs Force. Then Summer Wind, Captain Singapore and Vada Boy just grinding away. Limbs Force puts her head in front from Windfall, and then came Captain Singapore. Limbs Force, the mare is fighting. She is a veteran. Limbs Force just won it from Captain Singapore. Third Summer Wind, and fourth a photo between the two stablemates Fanta Boy, Rhett Butler. Then came Fountain of Fame, followed by Windfall. Next in the field was May, Pacific Sonic, Bembo, and the last one was War Warrior.
Nice win from the 10-year-old mare. 10, 9, 1 and 2 are your provisional numbers. Well backed into $31, and we'll stand by for the all clear.
赛19.1彩金4261，单体彩1910彩金888，四重彩19.12是没有赢家，所以31,047块钱将步入下一场的彩池当中了。现在显示跑出第一名的这个林家力量抵达终点的照片，他以一个短马头击败9号周末临近。第5名3号发达宝，再是巴特勒，这是民权奔跑太平因素，最后猎鹰5月以及4号的战士。
911 is at the tail of the field. He's going to have that electric turn of foot to be winning from there. 350 metres left to go. It's Navy Seals and A Better Tomorrow. They seem to be going 1-2 at this stage. Happy Warrior back to defence. Pacific Spirit winding up in the white cap. These three are running away from the rest of them. A Better Tomorrow takes over now by half a length. But here comes Pacific Spirit to lay down the challenge. They go heads up, heads down. In race 7 this afternoon, Crown Dancing turns under a hold. Engine starting to be put under plenty of pressure, but he gains about a length margin here. To his outside is Super Baby, just wanting to run a bit wayward there, Engine Start. Tabby will do back to the inside, but Super Baby takes over rather quickly in 150 metres left to go. Bernardo Pinheiro pulls the Persuader, gives him a couple on the backside, draws away. That's a treble for Pinheiro. Super Baby.
来到今天第9场赛事第5集第1组1600公尺草地赛事，奖金3万元，4点45分开跑。1号马英雄本色，排位7玛雅，2号应该98排位8科西纳，3号铁齿排位2达伦，4号马成功口号排位3顾伟乐，5号一把火排位6高俊涛，6号林家护士排位1雷马克，7号斗士排位10恩里克。18号这是太平金身排位4陆凯恒车骑，9号西哈布排位12谢姆诺，10号马胜利森林金啊排位9普剑士，11号马911排位5维特，12号太平美丽排位11比武活。好了，来到今天的最后第2场赛事，我们看正前方消息，科西纳减轻1公斤。达伦减轻1公斤，跟着呢，陆凯恒可以减轻1公斤啊，比武活只要加0.5公斤的脱重。好，今天第9场赛事，12匹马参赛，目前的第一热门落到6号啊，林家福士。我先看看3号吧，铁齿啊，铁齿最近真的非常安静啊。
因为都在第4集嘛。以前能够在什么西级赛赢马，但是那个都是去年2月间的事情了。第4集，近期的第4集完全不行啊，一点存在感都没有。今天刚刚来到第5集，我觉得也是很难看好了。先看看吧，观望就好。
对，在第4集都没走势啊。现在
关键是第4集输太远，然后你现在才刚刚来到第5集，你很难想象说哇，一下子就能够有成绩嘛？因为他输10多个马位太远了。对
啊，6号林家护士相对比较好啊，在第5集常常拼上名。
他至少5岁，还算是在当打的年龄了，不过也就是赢过1次未夺标马的场合而已，要有足够的进展了。但是刚才林家力量都可以这样子赢出来，林家的马匹也不敢多讲。
主要是看他看起来好像比较适合长一点的赛程了，你看那几场都越跑越接近的，可能就需要那就多100-200公尺给他。
但是没跑过，
对，
没跑过1600，
这就是个悬念了。
我相信他现在有票，也可能就是因为刚才林家力量那边过来的啦。
好，林家富士不还好，还年轻，5岁，照理应该是再接再厉的。看看一把火了，一把火跑了10次了，还是尚未夺标。不过上一轮跑2000，看到有点眉目啊。
最近确实已经有些动静了，虽然说尚未夺标，但是他在原地呢是曾经跑过长途的这个赛事都有走势的，所以他上一在本地也是尝试去跑长途赛了。有存在感啊，只是现在没有长途赛，所以他又回去中距离再试看看。配搭在里面无妨了。这场又是4重彩累积过来，现在4重彩已经3万多了，因为刚才就累积了3万多过来。
这2匹冷门的跑进来，
应该来说是1匹了，因为林家力量后面都不是冷了。
好了，4号成功口号。年纪稍大，不过最近隐隐约约这样的。
这匹我觉得也是挺危险的，因为他来到第5集，我是尊重他的。他最近确实隐隐约约在那个第4集的场合，所以当时他在第4集呢就回报价值比较高。他以前是可以赢第4集，只是现在年纪大了嘛，所以第4集好像也很难为他了。所以今天来到第5集，我是尊重的，因为赛程也是对版的。
看完这个成功口号，再看看说 GPR 2号银河98多变2次，都是在1400公尺草地赛事。
哇，这场前面几匹都是降级的啊。
对呀、
全部都是从第4集降下来的，
相当危险啊。
银河98就赢过，都是在1400，不过他就是第5集的马匹了，所以他在第4集的时候基本上是按兵不动啊。
1600也跑过2次。
对，今天是1600，他赢的是1400。
在1600他也曾经拼过上名的，不差的哈。
那骑的一匹我们都看好的输掉，快步流星。
跑第4了。英雄本色最近很拼啊，赢完之后这2场第5集都输的，都能够跑个第2名。
这匹马做大热门，我觉得会比林家富士更合理。我觉得他的条件应该比林家富士好。
然后又有玛雅在啊。
你怎么说他就是赢这个赛程的？
对。
这个场地的嘛，而且他近期都一直是前4名回来的，这么稳的表现。我今天也是当中胜看待的了。
不要以为他最高分，不过他跟后面几匹的
很接近的。这场也是第5集第1组嘛，大家的评分都接近。
大家的头重都近。
对呀。
近啊。
所以变成他这个59公斤不算太差。
对，让的不多了，几乎没有让到啊。
对呀。
都是头稍微轻一点，57公斤啊。
你看这个也是最近刚降级的，上亿才刚刚降。不过2000公尺会比较理想啦。
对。
1600已经跑了8次，输到完了。
所以，我想等一等呢，这个斗士，117块钱啊。
后面只有2匹有票。
好了，8号太平精神，隐隐约约最近在第5集啊，今年已经赢过2次了。
不过都是沙地。草地又比较一般。
草地1600就跑过3次。
他打败过英雄本色。很冷啊，有近期以来最冷的一次。
可能就是因为今天来跑草地啊，
加上因为岸上人嘛，见习生而已。
杜凯恒，哎呀，
他赢2次都是大师傅骑。
刚才那匹不知道会被受罚还是什么的。好了，9号谢哈布，以前显洛骑过他，也赢过，不过他这匹马好像最近有点沉了。
但是他现在就是回配了显文诺啊。
今天就回来。
反正一来到了第5集，又重新用回赢马骑士。他也就赢过那么1次而已，很难赢的。上名很多。
对啊，大师傅骑过好多次啊。
今天也是刚刚降级，关键是这场降级的马太多了，所以他变成显得没有优势。
那就是芸芸众生啊。
而且显文诺的马匹100多块，哇！可见一点面子都不给。
好了，10号森林金赢过1场头马，是在未夺标的场合啊。
3岁而已，我觉得这匹马就反而还可以多看一眼，因为他赢了那场1400之后呢，他接下来几场赛事啊，除了寿比南山那一场输的比较远之外，那场是沙地，输的比较远。那其他的场合其实都还是在范围之内的。
对，看起来不应该这么差的哈。还是有点轻飘急躁。这森林金，不过还好。
普剑是刚才赢了吗？
对啊。
对啊，该赢了1匹。
刚才是金榜题名啊。
嗯。
好了，11号911大后上的马匹，什么时候后上得吉不知道，考不好今天呢？
他也不见得太冷。
对，因为大家都知道他1600、1700，他都可以的。
赛程没问题啦，场地也没问题。
但是什么时候啊发难啊？不知道啊。
不过应该也不是很好骑的一匹马了。
对，难骑到叫救命。
维特尔最近骑过他，但是走势很差哎，是近期几场赛事以来最差的一次。
对他跟这个维特尔的这个配搭，
只是说近期一直在沙地赛，现在哎呀都没成绩就来草地赛看看了。
好了，太平美丽，体型最小的一匹啊。
很小，非常小，走势也是普通而已。
体型这么小，偏偏要去前面。
这2场这场2匹太平的我都没有选的。前面该选的太平的，输的比赢的多，就只赢了一匹太平阳性，其他全部输掉了。
他们好像有季节性的太平。
他这匹之后，等一下第10场太平教父反而比较有机会。
太平教父。
是哦，最后一场我是选了太平教父啊。好，那这一场就不要看太平了。就算一天赢也不可能赢这么多。
而且五场啊。
好了，
今天不可能5场的了。
4重彩现在已经累积到4万多了，等一下很快就去5万了。
听听音乐吧。 差了，英雄本色啊。赢完之后再拼，几场都输的不是太难看。继续有这个大师傅操刀啊，59公斤，本来是有点担心的，不过看看其他马匹让的也不多啊，最多比55公斤，只不过4公斤的差距，大家的驮重实力方面差距不是太远啊，所以英雄本色再接再厉了。最担心就是4号成功口号，见过世面的这个成功口号，而且在第4集都跑得接近最近啊，所以呢，今天小心啦，1006他以前跑的，说真的是最好的一匹啊。然后呢，6号的林兆富士，这看在他有一点幻想空间，越跑越长，1002、1004，现在1006了，不妨啊，再试试啊。然后呢，8号太平精神棉花建筑，不过呢1006沙地跑的不差，试试草地1006吧。好了，号码就是1号、4号、6号跟8号。
同样是选择1号的英雄本色了，因为毕竟它整体的表现还是平平稳稳的，而且我觉得这类的马匹呢，它还有一定的上升空间啊，所以呢，今天你说对手强吧，是有，但是对手都有各自的缺点，而它本身的缺点看来是比较少的。现在这场啊，这个4重彩已经是累积到要快6万了，要过6万了。范围也是有的，英雄本色打头之外呢，其他有条件去威胁他的，就包括了像4号成功口号，他就胜在有经验了。然后呢是10号的森林金，同样是实力尚未见底的。然后还有一匹年轻的一把火，同样是把它放在里面的。1号、4号、10号跟5号。
对啊，基本上是1462配到10跟5这样的感觉。当然，这场1006公尺草地赛事有多匹呢，都是第4级这样这个班级啊，选4重彩有点难度。不过呢，要找一找那些跑1006跑得好的，1号肯定要啦。2号银河98曾经有一段就是去年底的时候跑了2次，其中一次在驮轻磅情况之下跑得好。最近因为可能第4集了，算他一份吧。铁齿就暂时可能这个现在刚刚第一次来到第5集，想想啊，可能就放一边去，暂时。成功口号肯定要的啦。一把火呢，上一次跑得这么好，当然你会说长一点更好，2000会比较好一点。我1006就用了3次，不是太差那一类的啊。
斗士退赛了啊。
哦。
刚刚看到举黄旗。
所以就少了个号码啦。啊。这样也好，就少了个头痛。
不过他就算出来也很难捣乱了。
所以4重彩就比较好选一点啦。看看后面太平精神不差的1006，不过这边嘛比较不太稳定。嘻哈布我反而觉得比较有意思啊。今天回配银马骑士简文诺，最近的备战功夫还算不差啦啊。但是星期二早上做了一个快试，看到马匹还有一点点的。反而后面的2、3匹森林金有点难抓摸，到底要不要？我老实说，真的说不上，因为这匹马我一直在跟，不过最近就第5集跑着就不尽理想啊，随你的啊。那就大致上呢，基本上要放掉马匹真的不多了，铁齿可能911、太平美丽这样的马匹啦，所以还有8、9匹啊。好，那打的斗士也好啊。所以1、2、3，1、2、3，
好了，
马匹就被进闸，
有马匹进去了，就是林家富士，那跟着上来还有3号的铁齿。铁齿的助理斗士已经退赛了， 然后呢就有2号的银河98，成功口号，森林金。 太平精神，太平美丽跟911，谢哈布还有一把火。好，竞闸是非常顺利的，最后匹要竞闸的是大热门英雄本色。 好了，所有马匹都竞闸了，第9场赛事了，准备。闸门打开了，第5集第1组1600公尺的草地赛事，现在中间是英雄本色强领放。 然后呢，在他的旁边就还有银河98去跟他斗，另外呢就是这匹12号那匹呢是太平美丽啊，那跟着呢就还有一个是成功口号，接着一匹黑色彩衣的是一把火，然后呢在一个多马位之后是林家富士，他是在内栏，接着浅蓝色彩衣的铁齿在他的旁边，跟着呢就还有谢哈布，然后呢就是这匹森林金，再来就是太平精神跟911，现在911距离前面领放的马匹呢，大概是有7、8个马位啊。现在呢，银河98。 他在外栏的位置呢，带出有半个马位，然后呢，旁边就是这个大热门的英雄本色在跟他斗，接着呢是成功口号啊，还有这个太平美丽，然后大概是一个多马位之后呢，才有这个深蓝色黑色彩衣的一把火啊，然后呢是有这个谢哈布啊、林家富士，然后有铁齿啊，跟着是太平精神，还有911。转入最后直程的时候呢，现在前面有4匹马，在里面的是英雄本色拼命的打边，但是银河98现在还没有停下来的感觉，银河98现在走得很好，在前面带出有一个马位，后面一直在追他的就是太平美丽，但是看起来有点难。银河98今天发威了，银河98在最后阶段赢马，跟着就是太平美丽、成功口号，还有1号的英雄本色，才轮到一把火跟森林金，再来呢就是谢哈布、林家富士，然后呢是911，再来有太平精神，最后一匹过终点的是铁齿。好了，克西娜。 刚才输掉一匹备受看好的快步流星，结果现在就赢出这个银河98，27块钱独赢7块钱的位置。最终的大热门落到林家富士的身上，但是林家富士一点表现都没有，反而是12号一匹冷门的太平美丽啊，这个体型小小的它，这个太平美丽2匹太平的马匹，结果太平美丽跑得比较好。 跑第2名啊，跟着呢才轮到成功口号，还有1号的英雄本色。
哇，4中彩看看有没有人中啊？太平美丽跑进来，不过这匹马老实说对他是有点又爱又恨，体型小小去前面，结果给他做到跑个第2名，真的难能可贵。当然啦，我标马匹应该快车就有这个第4集的这个经验。 我最近在第4集也不是太差，结果呢一降到第5集马上动手，可喜可贺。可惜呢小兵立大功啊，跟得比较前，最终呢把这个英雄本色给干掉。
一降级就动手了。
成功口号在后面追得蛮接近的，只是
成功口号就4平8稳啊。
对，没有位啊，到最后你看还在找位，完全没有位给他去冲上来。 不过他也是差不多了啦。好了，一把火上来跑比较好的一次，森林金又跑越接近了。看看4中彩有没有人中啊？
很难，因为有那一匹太平美丽。
对，体型小小去前领，怎么说去前领还是个好事啊？啊，恭喜银河98，很积极的去前面领啊。 英雄本色就要领不领啊，本来可以领出来的，他就扣住他，不要给他去得太快。最终呢， 就无疾而终。
总之，今天大家的精选全部都掉进沟渠了。
今天的找精选很难了，人选就比较好找了。
不要说找精选了，连第一名都难了，好不容易啊。
对。
上个星期也是这样，哇。
这个日子就开始这样了啊。没有大赛的日子就是这个样子的。
看起来一天里面可以赢一场已经很厉害了。
对。
告别了那种一天几场头马的。
总之呢，没有大赛的日子就是这样的啊。好了，恭喜银河98、科西纳、伯里奇。最近上个星期就比较安静啊。好，我们看这个重播。
闸门打开了，第5集第1组1600公尺的草地赛事，现在中间是英雄本色强领放。然后呢，在他的旁边就还有银河98去跟他斗，另外呢就是这匹12号那匹呢是太平美丽啊，那跟着呢就还有一个是成功口号，接着一匹黑色彩衣的是一把火，然后呢在一个多马位之后是林家富士，他是在内栏，接着浅蓝色彩衣的铁齿在他的旁边，跟着呢就还有谢哈布，然后呢就是这匹森林金，再来就是太平精神跟911，现在911距离前面领放的马匹呢，大概是有7、8个马位啊。现在呢，银河98。他在外栏的位置呢，带出有半个马位，然后呢，旁边就是这个大热门的英雄本色在跟他斗，接着呢是成功口号啊，还有这个太平美丽，然后大概是一个多马位之后呢，才有这个深蓝色黑色彩衣的一把火啊，然后呢是有这个谢哈布啊、林家富士，然后有铁齿啊，跟着是太平精神，还有911。转入最后直程的时候呢，现在前面有4匹马，在里面的是英雄本色拼命的打边，但是银河98现在还没有停下来的感觉，银河98现在走得很好，在前面带出有一个马位，后面一直在追他的就是太平美丽，但是看起来有点难。银河98今天发威了，银河98在最后阶段赢马，跟着就是太平美丽、成功口号，还有1号的英雄本色，才轮到一把火跟森林金，再来呢就是谢哈布、林家富士，然后呢是911，再来有太平精神，最后一匹过终点的是铁齿。
好了，刚才第9场赛事啊，头马是2号的银河98，恭喜科西纳跟伯里奇的配搭。不过呢，看看这场赛事有一匹退赛马匹啊，就9场7号的斗士是0场退赛的，所有退赛马匹的投注呢将被退还了。暂定赛果是2号、12号、4号跟1号，时间1分35.92秒。恭喜银河98。好，名次确定了，头马2号的银河98独赢27块钱，位置踩7，第2名12号的太平美丽，位置踩44，3名是4号的成功口号，位置踩10，第4名1号英雄本色。预测踩2号10号踩进542，位置预测踩2号10号踩进111，2号4号踩进10，4号10号踩进59，参中踩2、12、4踩进3902，单体踩2次12踩进507，另外四中踩2、12、4跟1踩进这是23430块钱。时间1分35.92秒，距离有1/4个马位、1个马颈以及半个马位。再次重复名次啊，2号、12号、4号跟1号。来看看第5名呢，则是5号的一把火，然后这是森林金、西哈布、林家富士，走势一般。911、太平精神、铁齿，7号都是退赛的。
150 to go. Blue Idol now being joined by Flaming Miglior, who's quickly swept up and taken the lead at the top of the straight. Flaming Miglior 2 lengths in front of Blue Idol, then Free and Happy, followed by Pacific Star. But at the 150, Flaming Miglior has pulled away, and with 100 metres to go has dropped them. Flaming Miglior, oh so impressive, 3 or 4 lengths in front, and won it easily. Flaming Miglior, Mark Lerner take a bow.
Varley back in the blue and white Star. May starting to be tested in the all-white silks, and then we have Kick, and still last of all is Ocean Jupiter. Heading into it in the last 200 metres for the final trial. It's a Richard Lim trained Southern Speed who skips away in the final strides and bounds away under the urgings of the trainer. Southern Speed goes on to win the trial by about 5 3/4 lengths.
欢迎来到今天最后一场赛事第4集1200公尺10万元呢。1号马豹子头雷马克排位11， 2号太平大师排位8， 钟兴华，3号马太平教父排位7， 比武佛，4号国金欢送排位1， 莎莎莉。5号黄金梦排位3，顾伟乐；6号绝世才子排位9，在基；7号马七星排位2，可惜娜；8号马王冠之风排位10，高君涛；9号大团圆排位5，维特尔；10号马烽火战神排位6，玛雅；11号马超快排位12，赛弗汀；12号银龙排位4，塞鲁啊。再看看13号马一杆进洞，14号桑迪诺以及15号的太平将军都没办法出赛。好了，来到今天最后一场赛事，第4集啊，1200公尺沙地，参赛马匹是满额的，12匹马之多。目前的大热门5号黄金梦一直都是在大家的支持当中啊。今天依然是有票，14块钱，他也是非常急了，很想再度夺标。我现在呢在展示圈，马匹还在等待啊，等着时间。我先看到是1号的豹子头啦，豹子头上一缸兴盛，赢的就是第4集，不过是1600公尺啊。
赢了就去休息。因为流鼻血，这样也很拼啊，算是尽忠职守，拼到流鼻血了。那就现在休养回来，先看看吧。因为短途赛，我相信就是来试一试而已啦，就是热身啦。
从短途起家了哈。
主要就是因为刚流过鼻血嘛，这样现在流鼻血回来，你就不急着说今天就一定要去捧它，还是怎样。
只要安全跑回来就可以了。
而且今天这个排位不像他上次中距离那个排位那么好。但幸好是短途赛啦。我觉得最主要是因为健康受挫的马匹，所以还是要小心。
对手又多。好了，6号的绝世才子，去年的时候蛮拼啊。今年都是一般了。
我觉得那个时候应该拼得差不多了，拼得近了。应该要让他回气了，所以你会看他最近是完全没有走势的，但是也因为这样啊，他的评分都一直在下滑了。
看看今天够不够啊？看是还没有减分，还是减的不是太够。或许再等一等。好了，绝世才子。再看看5号吧，黄金梦，这不也是每次都惹票啊。
当然啦，这么平稳的走势，一出来肯定就是会吸引大家目光的啦，这个是走不掉的。但是他确实是，大热之下赢也只赢过1次而已啊，所以当他继续成为大热门的时候，你就要小心了，因为最近2次都已经是没有办法大热兑现了。
不过在沙地跑得真不错。好了，3号的太平教父，2场都分别获得第4名。
相比之下，这个我就觉得他至少没有说哇，完全所有人盯死他的那一种，他才用2场才跑2场而已嘛。在原地是已经跑多了，但是在本地也就只是这样子2场，2场下来，我觉得慢慢找到感觉了。
所以可以考虑一下啦，26块钱。
反正他不会被盯在那边成为焦点就对了。
对啊，这个赛程现在就是再试一试啊，上已经有这个经验了，爬位也比上一好一点。再看看后面啊，9号马大团圆首次在本地亮相啊，是否就名列前茅了？上一就击败高宝荣耀，
只是刚才高宝荣耀就没有办法一回来就取得好的这个成绩。但是这匹马今天有考虑他在内了，因为身形又不错，备战方面都已经算是准备就绪的了。
至少是那种头部抬得高高啊，竞争意义那一类的。
反正也没有热捧，40多块钱，但是刚才4重彩已经被赢走了啦。
啊，对，
厉害啊，2万多块，哇！
太平美丽都测得中，不
人
错。
才啦。
好了，10号啊，烽火战神，以前都说这匹马常常在前面领放的，今天就找来玛雅。
今天戴上了眼罩啊，然后哇，什么东西都戴上去了。
想拼啊，有这个意图了。
挂满那个头了。
至少有动静啊，这匹马最近陈超很积极在备战。
他也赢过这个第4级，去年10月间的时候嘛。
以前一直都是写不到侧骑的，没办法了，再改，找来玛雅换换手风。
至少赛程这些都是对版的啦。
再看后面12号银龙，银龙就赢那么2场沙地短途，而且主要是第5级了。
再忍一忍，又可以回去第5级了，还差2分。今天不是他的那一杯茶，对手太多。他3岁也不急。如果你今天跑得接近，等一下评分又被加回去，也得不偿失啊。
曝光了又没有。好了，
这场有2匹3岁嘛，也3匹了，大团圆，超快跟他。
4岁嘛，2号太平大师，大师呢就赢过这第4级赛事。
太平大师当时打败的就是黄金梦啊。今天降级，不过因为用上中新华，
对，
冷落是很正常了。
这位小师傅，这个见习生，哇，好像这个击中率不是很高啊。他参赛马也不多啊。
这是也是首次在本地亮相的国金欢送
啊，会不会来欢送他呢？今天
对比2匹首次亮相的大团圆比较受瞩目啊。对啊，他4跑都是输给大团圆的。
对啊，至少那匹台星站出来。
他长远来说应该是要长的赛程的，所以今天就短途赛就热身为主了。
好了，齐星最近在这个第4级赛事播第2组赛事啊，夺标啊。
爆冷的吗？反正这类马比最喜欢爆冷的。
所以这匹马已经第3级不行了，第4级找一下。
第4级就看对手咯。
看对手啊，第2级组的。
放他在一个第4选。
11号超快连赢2回，第5级啊！我今天就找来赛线上。
对啊，这个我们刚才开场的时候，英文组那边播这个片段，我们就说了嘛，他连赢2场的第5级，今天想要在第4级发威，难度很高，所以为什么那么冷？
顾伟乐做不到50公斤了，可能啊。他如果有黄金梦，你肯定选黄金梦啊。 放掉超快是可以理解。好了，王冠之风年纪虽然稍大啊，不过今年初还可以在第4级连赢2回的。
那战斗力还是有的。虽然今天没有选到他，但是他如果又跑进一个位置啊，有成绩，我也觉得不会意外啦。算是很稳啊，在这个第4级的沙地短途赛。
别看他最近输了。
输那2场其实也没有说输得太远，他至少都还有存在感。
高俊涛好像来本地还没开斋啊。
还没。
希望他加把劲吧。好了，看完了。12匹马的赛事，可惜赶进都没办法出赛。不然我就选他，我本来是选他的。
那个早就已经放上显文了。
本来是选他的，哎呀，
结果没机会，
没办法。所以呢，好了，我们就听听音乐啊，待会再看看选择。 当然他冷落是可以没有开灾啊，我这边嘛不难起了，就跟在前面一点，多59减到55公斤，该可以了吧？冷敲了，然后5号的黄金梦很稳了，很想赢，不过就差那么一步。然后3号的太平教父，2场赛事越跑越接近了，可以了，这次应该有机会了。然后配上10号的烽火战神了，应该有机会在前面领放，甚至在最后坚持夺标。好了，我的名次就是2号、5号、3号跟10号了。
好了，最后场赛事我就再选太平马房的马匹了，但是2匹太平里面我就比较看好3号的太平教父。现在是20多块钱了 ，B5 活测其他，反正2场赛事下来已经是看到有进展了。既然如此，就继续的跟他。那当然，另外一匹呢，一直在留意它的赔率的就是9号的大团圆，在备战呢试跑方面是有走势的，还算是有一定的吸引力。今天首次亮相，没有想象中的热，40多块钱。不过反正刚刚开出来的身形500多也是非常标准的，就看他今天能不能够在这样子一个参差的第4级场合交出成绩了。另外呢，当然黄金梦因为4平8稳啦，所以不可能绕开他的，一定是会把他继续成为一匹关注的对象。另外还有一个就是齐心，因为反正这类马匹是最喜欢爆冷的，我觉得他应该还有机会搅局的啊。看看科西娜刚刚赢马了，也算是有点手风。齐心这匹马，看看在他的胯下会发挥的如何吧。
好了，现在看看这个赔率方面啊，还是这个5号的黄金梦啊，吸引很多这个票啊，希望他可以顺利交差啦，因为真的很拼啊。顾伟乐的坐骑摩西今天还没有这个头马进档，一定很急了哈。再看看其他马匹呢，3号太平教父2场都跑得蛮接近的，那今天票还是来势汹汹啊。10号烽火战神都说这匹马最近很有心要拼啊，28块钱啊，是第3热门了，然后才是9号的大团圆，型格蛮壮硕的，46块钱，不冷不热啊，毕竟因为还没见底，因为其实没跑过了，不知道行不行了。另外8号的王冠之风，说这匹马曾经今天出的时候状态还不错的啊。1号豹子头就有点难以接受啊，74啊，这个估计应该是1600来用1200来热身吧。不过本身评分高，因为他之前就赢过那个1600公尺，所以呢评分相对就到一定的程度，也是因为之前流过鼻血另外7号齐心，因为以前有第3级的底。好了，马匹准备进闸了，就把时间交给丽婷了。
好了，最后一场赛事了，国金欢送进去了。再来呢就是3号的太平教父，7号的齐心，然后2号太平大师，绝世才子。12号的是银龙，8号王冠之风。好，下来豹子头，流鼻血休养回来。然后9号的是大团圆，超快。然后是烽火战神，还有5号的黄金梦。目前大热门黄金梦17块钱独赢8块钱的位置。最近的拼劲是很浓啊，但是是易位难赢，上名的次数比较多。好，5号的黄金梦进闸了。然后呢，就是10号的烽火战神。 好啦，今天的最后一场赛事了，第4级1200公尺沙地赛，准备。闸门打开了，今天的最后一场赛事呢，就正式开跑了。烽火战神现在在前面强领放啊，很快的就带出了有2个马位，跟着就是黄金梦5号马。然后呢，守在外侧的这个马匹包括有银龙啊，然后是2匹太平的马匹，包括太平教父啊，还有太平大师。跟着最外侧的则是这一匹呢，王冠之风。另外守在内栏的有一匹国金欢颂啊，跟着呢。中间再上来的是1号的豹子头，然后呢还有大团圆也是在马群的中间呢，跟着外面再上来有超快，后面一个马位之后是绝世才子啊，然后齐心呢暂时是垫后的，距离前面领放的马匹大概有5个多马位啊。转入最后400公尺的时候呢，现在烽火战神在内栏继续的带出1个马位，但是黄金梦来了，黄金梦现在呢已经是要超越这一匹呢烽火战神，看看外面上来的马匹，外面呢就有这个王冠之风啊，大团圆，然后绝世才子，现在呢就是黄金梦在前面带出来了，绝世才子今天的走势很好，绝世才子黄金梦，绝世才子打败了黄金梦啊！我们要看照片，然后呢就有王冠之风，再来呢是大团圆，接着呢才轮到这个太平教父、太平大师，然后中间有豹子头啊，另外是国金欢颂，接着呢就还有银龙，然后是烽火战神齐心，另外呢就有11号的超快。哇，赛季今天2场啊，而且呢都是爆冷的啊，要看照片啊，不过确实看到绝世才子就是从外栏的位置这样子冲上来的。赛季刚才赢一匹呢是林家力量。哇，是最后跌到30多块的，结果现在这匹绝世才子207块啊！哦，这匹马也是跟他没有缘分的，赢的时候都没有我们的份，然后没有选他的时候就来了。
留得这么厚，不过他今天走势真的走位很好。
因为那个黄金梦本来已经看他胜券在握了嘛，因为那些靠近他的马匹都没有办法越过他，反而是绝世才子一连越过多少个马位啊！
他留在内栏那个，他是几乎是最后第2匹转弯的时候，
哇，那个后劲很强啊，最终还能够赢一个马颈。
他就守得非常好，就是不用去前面跟你们这什么这超快啊，什么这个太平教父、太平大师就从大弯一起去冲，他没有，他是守在内栏。
这一场是重彩也是很难啊，
很难。哇，你看现在还没有看到他嘞，在找位嘞。然后一连从内栏这个第1位跑去大弯第5、第6叠这样子，看就发力。旁边太平在富走得一塌糊涂啊，结果反而他跑得最好的这个绝世才子在击啊，这个小兵立大功啊，小兵好厉害啊！
真的是这个在击不赢就不赢啊，一赢的时候就来这样子2场。
绝世才子又爆冷了。
啊，绝世才子也是那一类赢马的时候啊，回报价值不错的。跟那个刚才那一匹、
加力量啊？
不是啊，那个1号的。
1号？
刚刚等一下。
1298。轮式机甲。
啊，轮式机甲。
难抓的要命。
对啊，这些都是没有缘分的。
这场真的要看啊。好了，林丽杰今天的唯一场筹码。
他今天派马很多
没办法，他是靠号码取胜啊，越多越好。骑得最糟的就是那匹太平大师啊，早在大外栏转弯打边啊，这些见习生真的说他这匹马行，甚至一个塞夫丁大外栏下边还走得一塌糊涂，就他留得非常好，这绝世才子。好了，恭喜恭喜！当然了，这个黄金梦没办法了，他这最后一步真的跑得非常好了，很可惜了，就最后一步输掉，没办法，下次再来。黄金梦下次还是为大家追捧的。好看重播。
闸门打开了，今天的最后一场赛事呢，就正式开跑了。烽火战神现在在前面强领放啊，很快的就带出了有2个马位，跟着就是黄金梦5号马。然后呢，守在外侧的这个马匹包括有银龙啊，然后是2匹太平的马匹，包括太平教父啊，还有太平大师。跟着最外侧的则是这一匹呢，王冠之风。另外守在内栏的有一匹国金欢颂啊，跟着呢。中间再上来的是1号的豹子头，然后呢还有大团圆也是在马群的中间呢，跟着外面再上来有超快，后面1个马位之后是绝世才子啊，然后齐心呢暂时是垫后的，距离前面领放的马匹大概有5个多马位啊。转入最后400公尺的时候呢，现在烽火战神在内栏继续的带出1个马位，但是黄金梦来了，黄金梦现在呢已经是要超越这一匹呢烽火战神，看看外面上来的马匹，外面呢就有这个王冠之风啊，大团圆，然后绝世才子，现在呢就是黄金梦在前面带出来了，绝世才子今天的走势很好，绝世才子黄金梦，绝世才子哦，打败了黄金梦啊！我们要看照片，然后呢就有王冠之风，再来呢是大团圆，接着呢才轮到这个太平教父、太平大师，然后中间有豹子头啊，另外是国金欢颂，接着呢就还有银龙。然后是烽火战神齐心。
刚才第10场赛事暂定赛果是6号、5号、8号跟9号。时间1分11点12秒，我们等着派彩的确定啊。好了，名次确定了，头马6号的绝世才子独赢207块钱，位置在57。第2名5号的黄金梦，位置在10。第3名8号的王冠之风，位置在18。第4名9号大团圆，预测彩5号6号彩金119，位置预测彩5号6号彩金32，6号8号彩金80，5号8号彩金16，三中彩658彩金3728，单体彩568彩金355。而4重彩689，这是没有赢家，所以9726块钱的彩金将博下一期的赛事当中啊。距离一个马颈1/4分之一个马位以及1/4分之一个马位，时间1分11点12秒啊。好了，好，今天12场赛事节目进入尾声了，非常谢谢大家的收看啊，我们非常期待呢，就下星期了的这个新加坡坚尼以及克兰兹1英里赛，我们期待下星期的再见。在这里祝大家有个愉快的周末，晚安。